Good evening. Can you hear me okay? No? I have the green light. So, can you hear me? Okay. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Double Oak Planning and Zoning Commission. Ms. Jones, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Goodman?
Here.
Ms. Gillum?
Here.
Ms. Morrow?
Here.
Mr. Weaver?
Here.
Ms. Molinger?
Here.
Mr. Melhoff?
Here.
Mr. McCormick?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. The next agenda item is going to be citizen comments, and these are for non-agenda items. Okay, so if you signed up for this particular part called non-agenda and it says Helipad, then this is not your time. Okay? So I'm going to look at some names. I probably won't pronounce them correctly, but I'll give you the opportunity to move yourself to the correct place for citizen comments. Okay? So Bree Hancock, Carl White, Gail I'm sorry, you live on 319 Corn? Thank you. I'm sorry. And finally, Tim Weisenhut, is that the right way to say your name? Okay. I'm sorry. So the four of you will move to the third agenda item. There will be a public hearing for each one of those. So Ms. Jones will move your name to the bottom of.
Wait a minute. I was going to make a public comment, a general comment. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about something else?
It's as long as it doesn't relate to the three agenda items for tonight. Okay? That is the purpose of citizen comments, is for non-agenda items.
I will not talk about agenda item, but I will talk about helicopter noise.
That is an agenda item.
I'm not going to mention the agenda item at all.
We'll see you at the third one, okay? Okay? So just a couple comments here please, ladies and gentlemen. Just a couple comments here about tonight's planning and zoning. This is likely the largest gathering of Double Oaks residents that I've seen since the 4th of July, okay? All right, so we're going to talk about comments, and applause from the audience will not be part of tonight's proceeding, okay? The parade is an important part of Double Oak. It is part of the charm of this town. It is filled with food and family and floats and the odd occasional motorized sofa, okay? But sometimes it's easy to lose sight of why we gathered on the 4th of July. And we gathered because we're celebrating 56 people who put ink to parchment declaring the independence of this nation. And it took 5 years for that to come to fruition at Yorktown. It would take another 2 years for Britain to agree in the Treaty of Paris to actually recognize American independence. And it would take our framers another 4 years to create what we now have as a constitutional republic. And John Adams, who was one of the people who helped negotiate the Treaty of Paris, which gave us our independence, and the British finally left New York City, he said, "You will never know how much it has cost my generation to preserve your freedom." That debt is almost 250 years old. That debt is not paid in full. That debt will be partially paid by the citizens gathered here tonight. Gathered as the framers thought, local people gathered locally to deal with an issue locally. And my hope is that is what we are going to do tonight, that we are going to have decorum and we are going to have civility towards each other so that the wishes and the views of the town can be presented to the commission who will do the deliberations in accordance with the laws of this state and the ordinances of this town. If we do that, then we will have, in some small part, honored that debt. Now, for many of you, this is your first planning and zoning meeting, okay? And the Planning and Zoning Commission is different than the town council. The town council typically meets on a regular basis, typically twice a month. The P&Z is different. The Planning and Zoning Commission meets on an event or an on-demand basis. So we meet when there is a completed application and all of the staffing has been completed. The only other times we would meet is if the town council has issued a tasker or an action item or an assignment to us, okay? The last meeting of the Planning and Zoning was 8 May, and we considered and acted upon and made a recommendation to the town council on a replat of 2 adjoining properties. That 8 May meeting was the first meeting in 560 days of your P&Z. We meet on demand. We do not meet at other times to talk about future applications or things like that. We meet on demand only. Tonight we have 3 applications, all for the same property. And we are going to deal with them individually, separately, sequentially. The first is to divide and replat the 15-acre parcel at 250 Simmons. Can you not hear me?
No, I signed up for citizens' comments. Are we still on that?
We're not there yet.
No, citizens' comment.
I'm talking, sir, and then I will call for citizens' comment, okay? I'm getting us set up, okay? So we're going to do 3 things. We're going to talk about the replat of the 15 acres at 250 Simmons. We're going to talk about a rezoning of those 5 parcels after they've been replatted, and then we're going to look at the request for a special permit for a helistop at that property. We're going to handle each one of those individually. But first, we're going to do citizens' comment, and citizens' comments are for non-agenda items, okay? Now, per Texas law, for citizen comments, the commission will hear your words, but we will not respond because these are not agenda items that have been posted per state law. That doesn't mean we're not interested. That means that's information you are presenting to the commission that could then be used to develop future agenda items that may be on the agenda, okay? So your purpose today for the non-agenda items, which is citizens' comment, is you're here to talk about non-agenda items that you want the commission to hear about, okay? So again, whether it's the citizens' comments now or the public hearings for the 3 agenda items, my hope is that we all agree we will do that civilly, with proper decorum, and proper respect to each other in this room, okay? Just a word of warning, and it's my hope to not have to use that, but the chair holds tools that if people do not follow that, vulgarity would be, for example, continued making comments from the room. The chair has the authority to issue warnings, and if somebody receives 3 warnings, they will ask to politely remove themselves. Now, I watched the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting from Flower Mound, and they all did it with decorum and civility, and I know that we think that we are equal or better than our friends that are adjacent to us, okay? So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will go to citizen comments, and on too much paper. The first one is Mr. Donnelly, who is going to speak on a non-agenda item. Just a reminder for everybody, for both citizen comments as well as during the public hearings, it is 3 minutes per speaker, okay? And just a second, because we're going to do it we're going to do it here. Ms. Hilliard is on deck, so if you'll just kind of position yourself back in the corner there.
Can you all hear me? Okay. All right.
Commission, thank you for having this evening. Chairman, I totally agree with you about making sure the ordinances are followed and all. And Chair, if you'll allow me to approach the town attorney, I have a point of order, point of inquiry for this evening. A housekeeping items.
Okay?
Mike, I hate to say this, but I think you're still in your 3 minutes. I mean, surprising me with this right now is not the best time.
Well, David, you were back there, and I didn't have time to do that earlier, but
understand.
it pertains to the makeup of the commission.
I think you're still, I'll take a look at it as quickly as I can, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to promise that I'm going to be able to do it in the 2 minutes you got
All right,
left.
well, there's two there. It pertains to the commission makeup and legal matter.
While he's reading, can we go to the next person, or you expect?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hill, you're next, and on deck is Gary Britton, okay? Ms. Hillier.
I'm just going to keep mine short and sweet. Jean Hillier, 170 Trailing Oaks Drive. Wanted to thank everybody, on the P&Z for their service to Double Oak. And I think we're all here hoping that as we consider what's before you tonight and us tonight, that you do what's best for all of Double Oak. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Bree Hancock, I'm sorry, yours is Helipad, so we're going to move you to number 3, Gary Britton. Okay, Mr. Britton?
Gary Britton, 35 Kings Road, Double Oak. My grandfather founded this town in 1974. I'm sure he had no idea that we would be up against this here, but I'm very proud of the people that came out tonight. This is very passionate people, all right? We just want you to do the right thing, all right? So it's a lot of weight on your shoulders. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I just want to make sure, so, because I mispronounced your name, Tim, I show you for Helipad, and I'm going to move you to agenda number 3, okay? Because yours says Helipad. I'm just confirming that I don't skip anybody, okay? So
But I wasn't going to talk about the helipad, I was going to talk about helicopters and their noise.
that's agenda number 3, okay? Gail, I'm moving you to number 3 as well, okay? I got Hillier, Mr. White, I'm moving you to Helipad as well, and I apologize, Bill, at 290 Timberlake, is that right? Timberleaf, okay? I need to get out more. Yours says Helipad as well, so I'm going to move you to 3. Yours is on Helipad, correct? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Thank you. All right. So I just want to make sure that for all the people that signed up on non-agenda, that you have either been given the opportunity to speak to the commission, or that you understand that you are moving to the 3rd item, which is the helicopter SUP. Okay, nothing heard. So we will now go from citizens' comments to the minutes of the 8 May 2025. Mr. Donnelly.
Chairman, if I may, I still had 2 minutes left, and while the attorney's reviewing that, I don't think that should count towards my time. But this does regard the makeup of the commission. I think I would ask that you wait until the attorney at least looks at both items to see if there's any concerns. There is a concern amongst people. So.
Well, it's been inappropriate for me to make a ruling on an issue that was presented to me during citizens' comment. I've actually never had that happen before. There's nothing in the documentation that I have that suggests that I need to take formal action to cause the P and Z to do anything.
Can I take my documents? Yeah, very good. So can I have my rest of my 2 minutes?
Please.
So, Chairman and Commission, one of the items addressed was a concern about the makeup of the commission, and is appropriate to ask, is anyone, there is a ordinance for the town, 1.1300 Planning Commission Organization, and as I read 1.1302 Qualifications of Members, each regular alternate member shall be a resident of the town, shall be qualified to vote, and shall forfeit his office should he cease to reside in the town during his term of office. Each regular and alternate member must have been, as of his date of appointment, a resident of the town for a continuous period of not less than 6 months. Hold no other paid, incompatible, or elected public office for the town. That means not to be an employee of the town, is my understanding. And shall not be in arrears in payment of taxes or liability due to the town. So my question to city staff, the P&Z chairman, is any board member have a conflict, and are they a paid employee of the town and serve on the board of Planning and Zoning Board?
Okay, again, I will defer to Mr. Berman.
No, we're going to continue with the meeting, and we're
Okay.
not going to make any changes.
Okay.
Not certainly at the last minute like this.
Okay.
There. I didn't understand. Is there anyone on the P&Z who is an employee of the town, a paid employee, that's in violation of this?
Yeah, this is not a time for question and answers. This is grossly inappropriate. I mean, Mike, the
I don't
purpose of
know any
citizens'
other time
comment is
to
to
have
enable
approached
citizens
this.
to approach the P and Z and address concerns and make comments for items that are not on the agenda. What you're asking for really technically is a legal ruling during citizens' comment on a matter that you're just showing me for the very first time on the spot.
Right.
So not the right time for it. My recommendation to the chair, give him his 2 minutes or let his 2 minutes expire and then move on to the next speaker.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
So no one here on the board is an employee of the town, a paid employee. The mayor's here, the council people are here, the city administrator is here. They could certainly answer that question.
Not the time to
Okay.
be responding to questions or
Okay.
asking questions.
All right, we're moving on,
Okay.
okay?
Thank you.
Vice Council, I'm moving on, okay? All right, that closes citizens' comments. We will now take action on the minutes from the 8 May 2025 meeting. Do any of the commissioners have any questions, concerns, or corrections for the minutes from 8 May? Okay, it looks like there are none. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for 8 May?
Motion.
Mr. McCormick with the motion. Dr. Goodman with the second. Ms. Jones?
Dr. Goodman?
Aye.
Ms. Mollinger?
Aye.
Ms. Gillum?
Aye.
Mr. McCormick?
Mr. McCormick?
Mr. McCormick?
Yeah, aye.
Mr. Weaver?
Aye.
Mr. Melhoff?
Aye.
Ms. Morrow?
Okay. So the motion passes, and the minutes are approved as per the agenda item. Okay? So the next item is the first of the 3 applications that is before the commission. And this is a public hearing for a request to subdivide the 15-acre parcel at 257's Drive and to split that into 5 separate lots, okay? Afterwards, my understanding is all parcels will still be owned by the applicant, okay? Now, during this process, P&Z members, your job is to listen to make sure that the process has been done completely, that all of the correct public notices have been given, that the town engineer has looked at it, and if it is all done correctly, as Mr. Berman would say, it is a ministerial act. You are approving it because the applicant has completed all of the town processes, okay? So with that, I am going to let Mr. Frisbee describe it if I have not described it in an inadequate way, and from there, we will go into the public hearing, okay? So have I adequately described what you are requesting, your client is requesting to do?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Andrew. I'd also, if I could, make a brief statement. First off, I would like to thank the town officials of Double Oak, the mayor and his entire staff for working diligently with Frisbee Enterprises these last couple of months on our project at 250 Simmons Road. I would also like to formally apologize to any of the town officials for the unjust scrutiny that they have endured the recent months due to false claims and narratives that have been spun up in an attempt to gaslight the community, if it's in any way that I caused that.
All right,
At some-
ladies and gentlemen, again, we are going to do this civilly, and that includes no guffawing or any other type of verbal from the audience. Okay?
As some of you here may know, prior to our client.
All right, I just want to be sure, you're here to tell me what it looks like,
Okay, purchasing the property, and this is where it gets in to talk about the property.
okay?
Okay, purchase of the property. At the town of Double Oak, we presented a vision for Sunset Vista Ranch. This happens to be the 15-acre parcel that's on 250 Simmons Road. This is a family vision brought up from my client's daughters, that they would have one place that their entire family may habitat and have their houses on their homes, not to be sold at any time, to only house their family members and only their family members, their immediate family members, that they may all live and enjoy their property themselves, passing it on generation to generation from their daughters that are now getting married and on to their grandkids. With that said, it's dividing the 15-acre lots owned by one person into 5 individual lots. And we worked with our engineers and architects and the town of Double Oak to come up with the best way to subdivide those as well. And that's what we'd like to do.
Okay. Now, looking at the sign-up sheets, let me just double check, because the police chief brought some more in. Let me just read through it one more time. Okay, I am going to open the hearing for the application to divide the 15-acre tract into 5 separate plats, okay? It is whatever time, Ms. Jones?
May I have 3 minutes to 1 paragraph in accordance with that?
To further describe what is going to happen there?
Yes, sir. The actions and steps that we took to apply for that.
All right, he's the applicant. I think you've described enough. I think, okay?
Well, this is about the process that we went through.
I understand that, okay?
That we just followed the process to your T. We didn't.
That's why we're here. That's what the town administration does, is to make sure that the process has been followed. Okay, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to open the hearing on to divide the 15 acres into 5 separate parcels. Okay? I have nobody who's shown up And from what I can tell, nobody has signed up for this particular agenda item. Yes, ma'am?
I did, I called it development, I didn't know what to, I didn't use the right language, but yes, I would like to speak on this.
Which,
I'm Valerie Hunt.
okay. Oh, I see it. Okay, so I see that. Ms. Hunt, please approach the podium, and you have 3 minutes. Is there anybody else, before we get too far down this path, that if you have signed up and you intend to talk about this action and this action only, then politely, if you will stand by the red thing, then we'll cue the people up. So, ma'am, if you'll start, and yes, sir. Okay. So if you're going to talk about the subdivision, the blonde lady in the white, then go ahead and stand over here. Okay?
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I've got 3 more people who say they all want to speak on this topic.
But I don't show anybody who signed up for this topic.
That sheet sounded like it was, if you sign up for all 3 from agenda items, it didn't say you had to specify which one or more than one.
Well, it did say topic, but,
It doesn't say pick one.
all right, I get that. So I will show some grace here for the 3 people who are in there. Police Chief, I will cue them up behind the lady in white. Linda, thank you. We're a small town, but I don't know everybody's name, okay? You're on, 3 minutes, please.
Great. Hi, I'm Valerie Hunt of 350 Oak Trail Drive. So our backyard shares a fence line with this property. My concern is that we already have terrible drainage, and the only fix that we've heard so far is that it's up to each individual property owner to get the water to the middle of the street. In our case, that means we're responsible for all of the water from 407 south to Oak Trail Drive, because water runs downhill, and that's our property. Every time something new has been built up the road, all of our drainage has changed. We spent $25,000 on a drainage fix after some development went in, and it was like we lit that money on fire, because as everything is built, the water just keeps changing. And the only thing that we can get from the town is, well, it's up to the property owner to get it to the street, which creates a really unfair burden, especially on us, but on a lot of property owners. And I would like you to consider that. Thanks.
Okay. Linda,
Yes.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Linda, and I live on 110 Tanglewood Lane. Now, passing down a house generationally sounds wonderful. It isn't facts. It's not going to happen. Something's going to happen. How are we supposed to guarantee what our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, they don't even want my furniture. I don't know how that is really a case to build a new subdivision in Double Oak. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. So please state, please state your name and your address. I was remiss for not telling everybody that's part of the process as we do, so.
Sure. My name is Mike Holland. I live at 341 Oakview Drive. I used to be a member of the P&Z some time ago, and when I was there, we did the Caruth Estates development. This is one of the last undeveloped portions of the town. It's my opinion, as a former member of the P&Z, that this should have been a PD zoning, a planned development zoning, not an individual application for these individual pieces that should be developed in concert all together. So I think that the council or the commission should reject this application in whole and require it to be resubmitted under the PD zoning request.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Holland.
Hi, my name is Mary Holland. I live at the same house he does, 341 Oakview Drive. And I feel like the request for the zoning change is incompatible with the town. I feel like it should be one thing, not two things. I feel like having the smaller home and the larger homes is incompatible with our town having a certain standard, everybody having an acre at least, everybody having 2,300 square feet or more. I just feel like dividing this one plat up into different things, and then the the information provided didn't show roads or drainage or really even where the proposed helipad is. So I don't know how you can even think about approving something that is so incomplete of an application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm David White. I live at 240 Shady Hill Lane, and I don't know whether this is the appropriate section to discuss this or not, but I believe it's the owner's property and he can subdivide it if he wants to, but I believe the Planning and Zoning Commission should use this as a planned development rather than just 5 individual homes. It is a development and they need to comply with all the restrictions and requirements of a planned development to go forward with this.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments before I close the public hearing?
Can I answer some questions?
Let me close the hearing. Correct, Counselor? Let me close the hearing, and then you can address, okay? With that, this hearing for this particular agenda item is closed. I'm sorry? I can't. He has the 3-minute timer up there. Hold on. 7:33. Cell phone time. Okay. That's okay. You're doing your job. Mr. Frisbee.
Okay. So hopefully I can answer some of those questions for y'all, if y'all don't know. We did have civil engineers do a study on the property for the drainage for that perfect reason, so that we will capture the majority of drain water from all the development. We are on the plans that we submitted and follow the guidelines. It has 2 retention ponds or ponds that we will collect the drainage water from to mitigate some of those concerns. The other individual, the question was about the sizes of the houses, use the term small houses, and the sizes of the lots. All of the lots are above 1 acre. Actually, there's so one of the lots that's existing that on our application is lot number 4 with the existing home on it that's been there since 1988. And it's actually found in our research and working with Double Oak that this lot has actually been there and zoned incorrectly since 1988. It's zoned as Ag 1, it has a residence on it. Ag 1 in the zoning ordinance says it's a temporary zoning. So we're changing that to the correct zoning now. And then we have a 7.22 acre lot that'll have a large house on it. And we have a 1 acre lot. We have a 1.5 acre lot. So they're all over, they're an acre and or over 1 acre.
Okay. All right, thank you. So again, commissioners, for this particular agenda item, the things that you are listening for is the application complete? And so for the town secretary, did we receive a complete application?
Yes.
Thank you. Was proper notice given to the owners within 200 feet?
Yes.
Was the public notice properly placed?
Yes.
Okay. Was proper notice given of the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Were any protests submitted for this particular action by the people within 200 feet for this particular action?
Well, there were protests, yes.
But not for this action, for the
I don't know exactly what all it was for.
okay? And do any commission members or their families have property within 200 feet of this property in question?
No.
That they would have to recuse themselves? Okay. All right. So for the process, all of the steps have been taken. Okay? Any questions or comments from any of the commissioners? Yes, ma'am.
Not for process, but I do have a question about the mix of zoning districts.
Okay, well, that will be for the next agenda item.
Okay. So I do have a question though then. I know one of the lots is actually platted too small. It does not meet our minimum width. It's only platted at 132 feet and 42 inches, and our lot minimums are 150 feet wide. And this one is not, lot number 1 on the other paperwork. So even though they're looking to replat the whole thing, but one of the lots actually does not meet any of our requirements on the 1 acre building permits.
Okay? Which is not what the town engineer said.
I know,
So,
but they're wrong. They didn't.
Okay, and that's fair. I'm just,
Yeah. No, I blew it up, got my microscope still, and, yeah, it's only 132 feet wide and it needs to be 150. That is our minimum, no matter what you label it, the minimum width is 150 feet.
Mr. Frisbee.
Okay, and like Andrew said, that's not what your engineer said, but with that said, be glad to change it to 150.
No, all of our ordinances have 150.
No, I understand that.
Oh.
We just were not notified of that.
Oh.
I worked diligently with the director and with Andrew with the sizes of them, and all of these zoning labels, if you will, were basically given to me that that Double Oak said, we best think that this lot should be zoned as this. We did exactly what Double Oak asked of us. Now, if they miss something on a dimension for lot number 1, I'll gladly extend that. Again, it's all zoned and divided based off several months of conversation. It's not a problem adding that.
Sir.
I would like to remind all the commissioners when
Are
they
you
talk.
sure, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please press and turn on your microphone when you talk so everybody can hear. Thank you. It's okay.
All right. So it's easy to move that boundary?
It's one phone call in 30 minutes.
Okay.
Andrew? Chairman?
Yes, sir.
For clarification, this particular agenda item is to address the subdivision of one property into 5.
Correct.
Is it, and I know the heliport somehow, but does this include the way they were zoned? The different categories of the zoning, or just the fact that it's being subdivided from 1 to 5?
Just subdividing from 1 to 5. But,
That the procedure was followed appropriately.
correct.
And then we'll address how the categories of zoning on the next agenda item.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Berman, can it move forward?
Well, sure it can. A couple of choices. If in fact there is some defect, some insufficiency in their application, the P&Z can either, number one, you've got sufficient basis to deny the plat if you wanted to do that, or to approve it conditionally, conditioned on the recommended approval to council, conditioned on the amendment of the plat so that it complies with our dimensional requirements. So you do have the authority, because if in fact there is a dimensional defect, you have the authority to vote no on the plat. Otherwise, your approval is, or your recommendation for approval is ministerial in nature. I mean, you all understand that. The only reason why you can say no or recommend to the council that they say no is if the plat fails to meet some of our, or any of our zoning requirements or ordinance requirements. If that's in fact the case, it's a good reason to say no, number one, or a good reason to recommend approval conditioned on amendment of the plat to comply with that requirement.
And if the recommendation was conditional, that would have to be remedied before it came to council.
Oh, absolutely it would be.
Okay.
Yes.
If it, instead, the commission decided to not approve, then it would have to come back to a future meeting, correct?
No, if the P and Z recommended denial, then the council would consider that recommendation and either agree with it or disagree
Okay.
with it. If the council also denied the plat, then they could submit a different plat application and restart the process.
Okay.
I guess I would just point out again, Andrew, that we based the sizes of the lot off of what the city engineers told us, not ourselves. And we'd gladly change it if we get an approval with conditions to meet the requirements that Donna spoke of. It's fine.
Okay.
But we didn't just choose that. The city engineer told us that was okay.
No, I understand that.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
No,
everybody
I mean,
understood.
that's what we told you, which is go work with him, because he's the one that's supposed to, for us, make sure that all of the requirements are complete. So,
Yes, sir.
in this case, again, I don't have a ruler to sit here. I'm going to take the gentlelady's word.
Okay, right,
Okay?
right. Tim.
So the question now for the commission is, would you like to recommend it conditionally to the town council that the deficiency on width for one of the lots is remedied before the town council's 18 August meeting? Or just deny it because the one lot is too narrow? So how would the commission, what are your thoughts?
My thought is, I do know that the lot definitely does not meet any of our requirements, being at 150 feet in the width of a lot, and that is ordinance number 10-3 under the single family, and also under 11-4 if it was a ranch estate property. I know everybody is here, and as long as we know that it is definitely going to be changed to 150-foot width, and that when it hits town council, that it is actually at that. And I know we've talked about things being conditional, but I know everybody is here, and I'd hate to have all of this process start over again as far as with everything else that matters with it. So does anybody else have a comment on that?
Mr. McCormick?
Whoops.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Along the same line, and you bring up a good point, and one of the things I noticed is that there's no reference to access to Lot 1. So one of the, going back to requirements is the setback from the road, that the house has to be set back a certain distance from the road. Well, there's no road, unless I missed it on your plot plan.
Well, and it's on the, it would be on a site plan, so the access is the access on the northern entrance of 250 Simmons Road that we applied for the permit. We turned in plans for that entrance with specifications and drawings. Those were reviewed and approved, and we were given a permit to construct that entrance. I think maybe one of the things that's maybe misunderstood about this particular building, if you will, or house, it's 8,000 square feet. It's a home and an indoor, if you want to call it, play facility, and so the access is the same access off 250 Simmons Road. During the drawing of the plans, working with the engineers and architects, we also spoke with all the utility contractors, Cross Timbers Water District, the fire department, and involved in all aspects of the design and layout of the property, and everybody approved it.
Okay, for clarification then, the driveway for Lot 1 will be coming off of Simmons?
Yes, sir.
It'll just be a really long
It's a long,
driveway?
it's, yeah, it goes.
Okay, thank you.
So there's actually an easement on the right side of both homes, because Bill's home will be in the front, and that building's in the back right, which is on the site plan. And that driveway will be a driveway that drives all the
But
way
the
back.
driveway to service Lot
Both
1
residents.
will actually have to go through Lot 5.
That is correct.
Okay.
And the same individual will own it. And we also worked with the fire department because we addressed this, just the issues of medical emergencies or fire department emergencies, and worked with our neighbor, and we have constructed a 40-foot opening, a gate, in the middle of the property that allows fire department access to the back of the property as well.
Point of clarification again, Andrew. These, and it goes back to the previous comment, is that these, the intent is that these lots are being, the parcels being subdivided into 5 lots to be, the ownership will stay the same, but the lots are being created, these 5 different lots are being created for the purpose of being able to build on those individual lots, even though the ownership is going to be the same. Do we, my question is to the board, is do we need to think of this as potentially they will be sold and be, the ownership would change? And if that's the case, we would need to be aware of limitations, like in this case, providing for an easement to Lot 1 that would be, that would go to stay with the land in forever, perpetuality. So do we need to be aware of that? Because as was stated, we can't assume that the ownership on all these lots is going to stay the same forever.
Counselor, in or outside of the commission's remit?
I think what he's saying is absolutely correct. I mean, if there's a landlocked lot in the plat application, our ordinances would generally discourage that, and that's another basis for denial, recommending denial of the plat. I'm confused because I'm looking at a letter, the next page in the agenda is a letter from our engineers that say that they're recommending approval, that they have no comments. So I'm not quite sure why it would say that. I mean, if a lot is less than 150 feet wide, that's a clear contradiction to our ordinances. And if a lot is landlocked that has no provision for access, then that's another violation or deviation from our requirements. And I think you're right, the way to deal with that is, in landlocked situations, in the absence of a public street, there's usually some form of cross-access easement that's required as a condition of the plat. And so I'm a bit concerned about that. And a promise by the developer to say, well, don't worry, we'll take care of it later is not enough, because somebody else may be the owner and have a landlocked lot that has no public access.
Well, the remedies would either be to adjust the plat to provide a dedicated
It's a simple
driveway
easement.
as part of Lot 1 going to Simmons Road. But that would affect not only Lot 1, but it would affect Lot 5. You'd have to take property from Lot 5 and transfer it to Lot 1 to provide a dedicated space for the driveway.
Hey, Andrew, if I may,
Can we not, I'm sorry, can we not? I asked that of not them, I asked that not of us, okay? I stepped
Okay.
on you,
Yes.
apologize.
No worries, no worries. So again, everything that we put together was on the recommendation of the town's engineers. Had the town engineer told us,
Ladies and gentlemen, please, no cross-talking in the audience. We'll show respect to each other, and Mr. Frisbee is speaking, please. Sorry, sir.
sorry, had we known, we would have certainly made the lots the correct size, but also Dan brings up a valid point. And this can be approved, again, with stipulations that by August the 18th, the city council meeting, that we do change the lot to be within the guidelines and the ordinances, but also, like Dan mentioned, create an access easement is what that's called, that allows that access easement down the driveway that accesses that parcel and can be done with the same on the other ones. Now, I don't have a problem doing that. We can all hypothetically say this will never sell, or we can hypothetically say it will. The intent is that it won't. It's no different than a family ranch somewhere else that's been there since the 1800s. It's never sold. But granted, there's been family ranches that's been there around Double Oak. This property was a larger property before it became 15 acres. It was a 65-acre parcel, had a polo field there, airplane landed there.
Okay?
Well,
Right.
then, if it's an issue for if it's an issue for lot 1, it's an issue for lot 2 and 3
That's
also.
correct. That's exactly what I said. You're
Yeah.
correct, and I agree with you, and we can do an access easement on that. That's not a problem. That's literally formality on the survey.
This is a legal question, David. We're going to replat, these are going to be replatted as individual properties, same owner. We have to address the easement issue, but you can do that and have a shared driveway,
Yes,
that even if the ownership changes,
yes.
the use of these shared driveways would stay with the land.
That's absolutely correct and lawful.
Okay. David, if we subdivide these parcels from will they each be taxed for property tax purposes individually? Or will it
Yes.
be the single property?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's, the
Yes.
question is addressed to Mr.
I'm
Berman.
sorry, I apologize.
That's okay.
Yes.
Yes, they will be
Each lot-
taxed individually?
Each lot will be assessed and taxed by the appraisal district and the town individually, separately, not as a whole.
Can you speak up a little bit? I'm just concerned that,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew, if I may too, it's also taxed based on the value of the improvements and the appraisal value of each lot. So it'll be taxed, each one will actually be different.
Okay? Individually appraised,
Yes, sir,
individually.
but all taxed. Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay. Mr. McCormick, good questions. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I've got a
Thank
few
you as
more.
well. Appreciate the questions. Any other questions, concerns, comments from commission members? I'll go with Dr. Goodman and then Mr. Melhaff, okay? Can you turn your microphone?
If I understand this correctly.
Just a second. Chair recognizes him and then you. I'm going to go one,
right.
two. Okay? Thank you.
I would ask, what is the purpose of this separate lot that is landlocked?
So my client takes care of his sister-in-law who's unable to live on her own, and it's for her personal residence.
Okay, so it's expected that there be a house on that lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And ask the commission members, there's a rule that says if you, the frontage of your property that is attached to a main thoroughfare must be 150 feet wide.
Is that what you're getting to? I'm going to
It's a
recognize him. I
separate
just,
thing.
is his same or separate?
Well,
If that's the case, I would ask if that's just she's according to that street frontage, but it isn't on a street.
Okay? Dr. Goodman,
And all this
are
is.
you good?
I'd like to ask Donna.
If
Is
what
that
she-
the same ordinance?
If she's reading the ordinance that's based on a house that's fronting a street, then this is a moot point, because the house does not front a street.
well, I do have a question, but I don't know if it applies to this item technically, because they do have that, these lots, lot number 1 and then lot number 5, have the front of the lot facing the next door neighbor's personal driveway, which is not considered an actual street because they have no access to it. It is somebody else's personal. So the lot lines, and I don't know if I've got the correct drawing for this item or not, because there were several. The lot line actually has to face its easement, and/or the easement must go where it's at, because the way that they have that lot, which though, again, the easement I think is on the next series of paperwork, but they have the lot, front lot, and I didn't know if during the platting, if the front lot's facing the neighbor's drive, that they will not actually have any access to. One, how can they consider that the front of the lot, because nobody's gonna come that way? And then, because we are setting everything else in construction against building lines and the front and the back and the sides, that the lot technically has to get turned from the inside, if you know what I mean. Instead of facing north and facing the Brawley horse property, it has to actually face, the front has to face the easement, because we measure our lots front from the edge of an easement, and there is no easement except off to the side on paperwork number 2, items number 7. So I don't know if during the platting, if the building lot lines, the building lines, if they have to be in order or not. And that is what I'm thinking you're thinking, that the
So-
150 has to be the other way?
So to answer, I hope to answer her question, and so I would actually bring up another question, is the interpretation of the ordinance when it comes to the 150-foot measurement on the lot. And I don't know, but I'm saying maybe this is why the engineer approved what we all collectively got together and drew. I don't know. But also I do know that with each of the structures, yes, we have maintained the minimum front yard setbacks, the minimum side yard setbacks required by Double Oak in the design of all the locations of all the structures on the property. I don't know if that answers her question, and she is true and correct as well, is that there is no access from our neighbor to the north onto our property. We have a utility easement drawn in for the utilities to run down that fence line, and there's nothing going to be built within, again, I don't have my dimensions with me, but several, way over 50 foot from the fence that allows the access easement that Don was talking about, that the driveway goes all the way back to the back structure. But again, if there are requirements needed to meet the square footage that you're proposing and/or to meet an access easement is what it's called, and because basically my customer will grant himself access easement, and it's just written on the survey and recorded, and then that's a written thing. It's not just for him, it's recorded on the lot, if you will.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Well, yes, except the lot minimums, no matter, well, I know that if it was on a street, it does have to be 150 feet wide, but period end.
But it's not, yeah.
It still has to be 150 feet, so that's that. But the access easement, if it's not on the plat papers, and I live on an access easement, off of an access easement, so I do know that it has to be written in there that these people will have.
She does, she's right.
But yeah, and I did notice, and again, because I had to blow everything up because the print is so small, there is nothing mentioned about access easement
You're correct.
wording.
It it wasn't one of the stipulations that the town told us. The engineer, you know, we did this with back and forth over the course of 3 months. We actually changed the lots multiple times and the sizes, working with the town's engineer because we wanted to present something that was true and correct. So we are where we are because we thought we were. And both points that you're brought up are valid points, but they're nothing that can't be mitigated.
Yeah.
All right, before I go to Mr. Milhoff,
Sorry.
we're in
Did that answer his question?
we're in a situation where the commission is either going to approve it conditionally or recommend not approving it, but either way, it will go to the town council on the 18th. Correct, Mr. Berman?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so the options to the commission are to approve it conditionally pending
Me having.
you going
directions.
back to the town engineer and
Before-
resolving all issues. This is
before
not the
city
forum
council.
to resolve all issues, but to express to the engineer that the commission is not satisfied, and for the engineer to relook, particularly these kinds of comments that were raised,
Right,
and that they would be corrected before the town
Prior to
council
the-
of the
correct.
18th,
correct.
or the commission could say,
No, I get you. I
But
get you.
either way, it goes to the commission on the 18th. Correct, Mr. Berman?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Melhoff, you had a question.
Can you summarize how many conditions?
Turn the light on.
Okay, can you summarize how many conditions we're talking about? Is it 1, 2, or 3?
So we're talking about the width of the lot, as well as a at least one landlocked property.
They're all 3 land lots.
Okay?
It would be a total of 3 conditions.
Okay.
It would be the access easement for the northern entrance. It would be the access easement for the southern entrance, and it would be increasing the size of Lot 1.
Width.
I'm sorry.
No,
The
that's
width.
okay,
Yeah,
just so
yeah.
that you know
Size,
what
but
you're writing
still
down.
size.
Okay. Does that accurately capture the concerns of the commission? That could be forwarded back to the town engineer.
I believe also then the wording must be also stipulated in the plating about the access easements being in perpetuity to the properties, the landlocked properties, because, like I
Correct.
said, we've had issues in my little street, and it.
Yes, yeah, I'm looking at page, I think it's 15 in the agenda packet that actually has the plat itself. And you're right, it contains no dedicatory language, and it shouldn't, because they're not dedicating anything, but it does not set aside the access easement other than showing its existence on the plat. It contains no language that indicates what it's for and what any of the conditions are going to be.
And should it?
Absolutely, it should.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying it so that we all understand exactly.
Yeah, the plat doesn't, and what Dr. Goodman had mentioned earlier is a street frontage requirement. These properties don't meet the street frontage requirements, but we're considering the plat notwithstanding that, but in the absence of street frontage, there's got to be some type of access, and so the plats do contain a designation of the location of an access easement, but no dedicatory language or explanatory language that says what it's for or who can use it. So apart from the fact that at least one of the lots doesn't meet the minimum lot dimensions in our ordinances, I don't know how this got past the engineer.
And we actually had conversations with the engineer.
All right,
about that.
So
trying to-
David, quick clarification. Is everybody in agreement then that we need to consider this rezoning and replatting, recognizing that these properties may change ownership at some point in the future? Okay. Because that's kind of where I'm coming from. We need to recognize that that's a reality, that these properties will change ownership. So each one has to be able to be sliced off individually with
Absolutely.
access.
Absolutely, that's correct. That's true with all plat applications that you review. Yeah, they can't make a commitment, a binding commitment to y'all that says these lots are going to stay in the family.
Can we?
No.
We can?
They can't make a binding commitment
Okay.
to,
Let him speak, please.
they can't make a binding commitment to the committee, to the commission, or the council, or the town. that these properties will maintain or be owned by one family. You must proceed with the assumption that these lots can be cut up and sold individually to anybody on the open market. You can't restrict sales in the future.
Okay.
Andrew?
One, and then I want to see if we can wrap this up,
Okay.
okay?
Oh, I just had one question. I don't know. So, because I've done it for myself on my personal property, where my personal property is in a trust and will to my family and my sons, and in the trust it's written that the property cannot be sold to any other entity. It can only be in the family. Is that something that's legal? I'm not an attorney, I don't know, in this situation with...
That's a private transaction between you and your family members. It has nothing to do with government approvals.
No, I understand.
This is quite different. You cannot trust, it's not that we don't trust him, you have to cut the deck. You cannot rely on a statement that it will stay in the family. Even if they showed you an irrevocable trust, you couldn't even rely on that.
Okay.
This is a government approval, not a private transaction that...
Okay, so Commission, do we have a fairly good understanding and agreement of the deficiencies of this particular application? And then, would you prefer to approve conditionally? And for council, if we make a motion with conditions, does the motion then have to have all of those conditions in the motion?
Yeah, it does. Yes,
Okay.
it does.
So this is going to be, that's going to take us a few minutes to put all that together.
There are only a couple of conditions.
All right.
Not that complicated.
Well, I know, but, so again, let's get agreement. What conditions are we concerned about?
Bonnie has a question.
I just didn't want to interrupt you.
Can you speak louder for the microphone, please?
Yes, I have a question, and I don't know if it's pertinent, but you're talking about the land not ever being sold and staying in the family. My question is, does the owner of the land now, will he continue to own all of the plots that he subdivides?
Yes, ma'am, it is all in his one individual name.
So it won't be in anybody's
No,
name but
ma'am,
you?
only his name.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just looking at here, so I want to make sure we understand correctly what conditions will go into a motion here. Okay, if you're going to conditionally resolve the minimum width requirements, is that correct? For lot one, okay?
Andrew, point of order, are you trying to put together a motion?
I'm trying to make sure I understand what the
Okay,
Commission's
but because
concerns
I'm
are, so that when a
following
motion,
Robert's rules, do we need to create a motion to accept this conditionally on these certain things? And at that point, if we vote against the conditions, then are we ultimately voting not to approve under the current arrangement? Because I can see kind of a domino on these motions, and I want to make sure that we're concise.
well,
on the
I'm trying to
motions.
get to concise as well, and so I appreciate it, but on the advice of counsel here, that whatever the motion is, it needs to say what conditions are deficient. So that's what I'm trying to inventory with the commission here, that, so that when somebody makes a motion, if the motion is to conditionally approve it, and they go blah, 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 I can look here and go, yes, that seems to be a sufficient motion to cover all of the commissions, or hypothetically,
Okay,
you
so
only gave me two.
have a motion for approving with conditions. If that does not pass, then we have another motion stating whether we approve the subdivision or not completely.
Or we have a motion to deny it as it is because of the deficiencies and wait until it's all fixed, which
Okay,
is,
what would you like to do? I'm looking for,
well, I know everything I've ever read, all my training classes with David, everything I've ever highlighted, always talked about don't do conditions because they are not legally responsible, because we would have no recourse because we actually approved it. Even though we write conditions, we have no legal recourse. Is that correct, David?
It was until the legislature changed the statute at the session before last.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, I don't have that in my notes.
Well, Were you at the last meeting that?
No, I missed the last training class. I got a packet, but I don't remember reading that.
All right,
Okay.
State law now specifically contains provisions that authorize conditional approvals. State law also imposes certain conditions on how conditional approval can be done, but for our purposes tonight, it's, none of those special requirements would apply. You would simply make a motion to hypothetically recommend approval to the council, subject to the conditions that you will clearly state in your motion. Yeah, and then once the council receives it, and we're not looking at a council meeting more than 30 days from now, so they will receive a final report that will clearly state what those conditions are.
So if the commission wants to approve it conditionally, it must now clearly specify what those conditions are.
We got to state what those conditions are. And I'm still not crazy about conditional approvals anyway, but it's now expressly authorized by statute.
Chairman, I think because of the significance and the interest in this, I would agree with Donna, or Bonnie rather, or Donna, that because we do not do it with conditions, that we either vote for or against, and if we vote against the plat, we allow the property owner to fix, remedy the issues and resubmit. Ideally back to the P&Z and not directly to the town council.
Clarify this for the town attorney. If the commission says it does not recommend, it still will go to the town council. And it will be for the town council then to...
Whatever you want to do, your motion must be to recommend either approval with conditions or denial or straight up approval. All right, the motion must recommend something to the council.
If I may, Andrew, with conditions, which is legally, we do.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. With the conditions, it's
Right,
legal to do.
Let us finish our part here.
Oh,
okay?
I'm sorry. But I was,
Let us finish our part. So for the commission, how would you like to proceed?
I move that we vote on approving or not approving the subdivision of the property,
Second.
regardless of conditions.
You can't do this.
Yeah, it's more of a discussion than just make a motion. How about that?
Right. Make a motion, but it should be a motion that's either a motion to approve it, a motion to approve it with conditions, and the conditions are specified, or a motion to disapprove it, correct?
To recommend one of those things.
Yeah.
Chairman,
but-
I make a motion to not approve the subdivision due to the issues.
Okay.
For clarification, the motion is to recommend to the council that the plat application be denied. Is that what your motion is?
Correct.
A second.
Do you have a second? So Mr. McCormick has made a motion. Mr. Melhuff has made a second. The town secretary, please call the vote.
Mr. Melhoff,
Aye.
Ms. Morrow, Dr. Goodman, Ms. Bollinger,
Nay.
Ms. Gillum,
I am torn because
Can I ask a clarifying question during the vote, Mr. Attorney, or?
Sure.
Okay, because there seems to be some confusion. The motion is that the commission will recommend to the town council to not approve,
Not to approve.
to not approve it. That motion, that recommendation will go to the town council, and the applicant has the opportunity before the 18th to remedy those concerns, correct?
Yes, they could.
They could,
In theory,
in theory.
yes.
Right.
The council is going to do whatever it thinks is most appropriate, but my expectation is that they'll base their decision on your recommendation. So far on the table is a motion to deny. There are 2 votes in favor of and 2 votes against. I think you need to continue with the voting.
Okay, given the comments by the commission, I just want to make sure they understand what they're voting on the motion, That's the reason I asked the clarifying question. Okay, let us continue with the vote. Who's,
I guess I'm gonna have to go I guess. I don't know. I want the,
all right,
Yes or no?
I know, all right.
We may be looking at this in a month again. We just want them to clean it up.
I definitely want it cleaned up.
And we'll go give our town engineer a whooping.
So if we're allowed now to, though, have the conditions written,
That's not the motion.
that's not the motion.
Yeah,
All
hang
right.
on, hang on, let's time out, let's call time out here. There is a motion on the table. The motion is currently, the chair has called for a vote. There should be no further discussion among the commission.
today.
Ms. Gillum?
Aye.
Mr. McCormick?
Aye.
Mr. Weaver?
Read the motion again to me, please. Read the motion to, again, read the words.
That they recommend denial of the plat.
Aye.
It is 5 ayes and 2 nays, so. it
So,
passes.
so the motion is that the commission will recommend to the town council
Denial.
deny this permit, correct?
Correct.
Okay? All right. There will be no clapping from the audience, okay? The hour is already getting late. And I'm asking us all to do this civilly, okay? We're good, Mr. Berman?
Yeah, next item.
Next item, okay? This is application number 2. This is an application to rezone the 5 parcels that would be created from the previous agenda item from the current Ag 1 zoning. Again, this is similar to the previous one. The P&Z will listen to see whether or not the process has been completed correctly, whether or not the application is correct, listen to the citizens' comments, and then determine whether the zoning request is consistent with the zoning that is in the surrounding area, okay? Mr. Frisbee, I'll give you just 3 minutes. If I have not described what you're asking for in this separate application, that's all I want to hear about. I'm sorry not to be polite, but that's all I want to hear about.
So Frisbee Enterprises submitted,
Can you speak up, please?
Frisbee Enterprises submitted all the requests through the process applying for the rezoning of the property based on the recommendations of the Town of Double Oaks engineers. All of the zonings were discussed over months, and we were directed to put each individual zoning on each individual lot by the Town of Double Oaks engineers. And that's what we have presented to the council.
Okay. All right. So when I look at the sign-up sheets, I do not see anybody, I'm sorry, Mr. White talking about rezoning. Mr. White, you are the only person that I saw. So when I open up the hearing, I'm going to call you. Okay, is there anybody else who missed? I can't hear you, but.
Yes, I signed up for all 3.
Okay, and your name is?
William Dunaway.
Please say your last name again.
Dunaway. I can pay Dunaway.
No relation, right? Okay, all right. Rezoning. Somebody else stood up, raised their hand? Okay, with that, we are going to open up the public hearing at 8:20. The public hearing is open. And Mr. White is up, and Mr. Dunaway, if you will start moving your way towards the roster or the dais as well. And you are?
David White,
Okay.
240 Shady Hill Lane.
Okay. I just, this is not the
It's
military.
fine,
They're
I
not
didn't know
anything.
whether you wanted me to start or not.
No, no, that's fair.
Okay, first, a rule of order here, since you voted down the application for the subdivision of the property, then the rezoning of it, you have 3 different rezonings. If it was all rezoning it into one big parcel, then I could see this going forward. But because the previous application was voted down / denied, then I think this is a moot point here.
Okay, Council.
But I would also say that, again, all these questions that you've had before, if this were being run as a subdivision and a development, there would be more questions that were answered, and I think this is kind of a slipshod way of getting in a quote subdivision without having to go through jump through all the hoops. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
You want me to respond to that?
Let's let the rest of them play out, and then you can. Okay? Yes, sir. Mr. Dunaway?
I'm William Dunaway, 320 Oak Trail Drive. And I wish to address this in the light of the serenity and the well-being and why we decided to come to Double Oak, we being the people of Double Oak. And I wish to refer to the letter from Mr. Strivner. I'm not sure I have his name exactly correct. And I think the lawyer will agree, since this letter was presented in this, I'm able to use the contents of this letter, which actually will mention the Helipad, but I'm not discussing the Helipad. I'm discussing the validity of this letter and a virtual lie on the letter. So, to start with, I've lived here 20 years, and I've never seen the disruption in Double Oak that I see now since the presentation of the 3 requests of this individual. Anybody who lives here can drive down the streets and see objection to one of these requests. We have 85 people here plus tonight. That is far more than any in the town meetings. So I think that changing this to residential as opposed to agricultural is going to continue the disruption. The reason for this is, in the letter, Mr. Strivner has stated that he wants to be a part of this great town. Well, I assume that his eyesight is adequate, that he can drive down the road and read signs. And if he wants to be a part of this great town, why is the majority of the houses he drives by saying they do not want something that he has requested? Also, the lawyer made the statement, and I quote a few minutes ago, "The family and only the family," not the citizens of Double Oak. And I want to address another area of this. And this will mention the Helipad, but it is not concerning the Helipad, it is concerning the statement. The statement is, after discussions with Mayor Patrick Johnson, Town Manager Chris, and I cannot pronounce his last name correctly, but Battalion Chief of the Double Oak Fire Department, Kit Gruel, Chief of Police Dan Miller, and P&Z Chair Andrew Weaver, we collectively, I asked Mayor Johnson in a meeting 2 meetings ago if he had collectively, and it recognized that an FAA-approved emergency landing zone would benefit not only our family of Double Oak. He told me he did not collectively say this.
That's 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate your comment.
Two more people that want to speak.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Holland?
Hi. My name is Mike Holland. I live at 341 Oakview Drive. I'm rising in opposition to any additional work by the commission at this point because the plan is obviously going to change, and multiple items that have been already planned are probably null and void at this point. So I would encourage the commission to vote no on the remaining items, require resubmission under the planned development zoning category to satisfy the drainage issues, the noise issues, the road issues, the easement issues, everything that's still pending before the commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Tim Wisnat, 2300 Olympia, Flower Mound, Texas. And I just have a point of order for the attorney here. Hi, no, hang your head. Why can't you just table the rest of this? So I'm not expecting a response unless he's inclined to give me one. Donna, you're a rock star. I appreciate it. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Any more items on this particular agenda item? Okay. If not, it is 8:27, and the public hearing for this second agenda item is closed. Mr. Attorney.
Well, I don't know of it.
What's that?
We can consider a recommendation to the council on the zoning independently of the plat application. The mere fact that y'all have recommended a denial of the plat does not necessarily of itself mean that the zoning application is off the table. We can rezone one piece of property into several different zones if we wanted to, several different districts. And I think to keep consistent with all of what we're looking at and to minimize time and effort on the part of the town, the applicant, and all the citizens, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I'm going to recommend that you move forward with the zoning application.
Okay. Discussion by the commission.
So the up for discussion is the change of the zones from Ag 1, which is the entire 15 acres has been under Ag 1 since the house was built back in 1988. Is that correct? We're going to look at the change in zoning per category.
Right, so one is going to be Ag 2, several are going to be ranch estates, and one is going to be single family. Did I capture that?
2
correct?
ranch estates, 1 single family, no, 3 ranch estates.
Yes.
1 single family and 1 Ag 2.
Correct.
All right, so my question is, the Ag 2, Agriculture 2, is the main house. So please explain the agricultural activity that will provide the main house as an agriculture, as Ag 2 zoning.
Well, again, as far as the zoning in general, as it's zoned Ag 1, is incorrect zoning. It's been since 1988.
I'm sorry, will you speak up?
I'm sorry. The current zoning for lot number 4, which is Ag 1, which is incorrect zoning for that property of over 3 acres, which the residents on it, it should be zoned Ag 2.
Why should
By
it be?
your
Why should
requirements,
it be
by the
zoned?
city of Oak.
So what is the
Double Oak
basis for the
requirements.
agriculture?
Because the agriculture, A1 is a temporary zoning in your ordinance. Again, all of my recommendations and all of the zonings, we have worked diligently with the town of Double Oak and the engineers to tell us
All right, we're
the
going to get a
way
new
she would
town
that.
engineer. We know that.
Well, but I mean,
But
I'm
Ag
just,
2, general purpose and description. District classification serves as permanent classification for areas of undeveloped or developed land, 3 acres or more, on which farming and raising of cows and horses may be conducted, and on which a single-family dwelling
correct.
can be constructed.
There's
So
a-
what is the
there-
agricultural
There's a current
activity?
horse barn with 5 horses in it
Okay,
on this property.
so there's horses in the stable, which is
Yes.
part of that property.
And then we are producing hay, which we do and continue to do.
But not on Ag
Again,
2, not on lot 4, you're not.
No, sir, we're not. But again, one individual is going to own this property. We subdivided the property in accordance to what the Town of Double Oak engineer told us to. We didn't pick it. They told us to do all of this. They approved the sizes. We worked for 3 months on this. Now, I'm willing to do the adjustments, if you will, that y'all are requiring, and that's fine. And I can do that before the city council. The problem I have here is that all we did was follow direction of your town engineers, and y'all are holding my face to the fire because something's not correct. And I've told you, we will be glad to do it. And if we have to start all over, we will start all over.
With due respect, the
And-
only letter I saw from the town engineer was saying, based upon the information provided, we approve. We, on this commission, unless I'm wrong, we're not aware of what the town engineer reviewed and what he actually approved. His letter is surprisingly minimal as far as explaining what he actually approved.
And I'm agreeing.
And I'm not
Don,
blaming you.
denying
It's
that.
an issue,
But
but
I'm saying
but
that's-
here we
Again,
are.
Let's bring this back.
Right, because
Okay?
But getting on
he's-
to,
Just a second. The chair is taking it back, okay? Let's understand what's happened here. The commission depends upon the town engineer to review the property and, in their professional opinion, whether or not the application meets the town's zoning requirements that's on the books. That's their job. We're to make sure there's a proper application, that the engineer tells us that the zoning is correct, that the proper notice has occurred, and whether or not the zoning is consistent with the areas around it. Ag 1 to the north, the other 3 sides are all ranch estates, okay? Correct, Mr. Berman?
Yes.
so going on with agricultural use, Chairman, agricultural use, temporary farming, raising of cows, horses, upon compliance with all other ordinance, for each additional, oh wait, let me jump over here. Cattle or poultry on a commercial or business basis. So are these, is this the horses, are these, is this a commercial or business operation per Ag 2 requirements?
There are
Or
fi-
are these pet horses?
there are 5 boarded horses that pay monthly to be there.
So these are not these horses are not the property of
Business.
the landowner?
They have horses. They will bring them here. They are not here now. There are 5 horses that have been on this property for multiple years that are boarders that we have formed relationships with, and they are still there on a monthly basis. And yes, it's an income-producing, if you want to call it, business that allows the correct zoning to be changed from Ag 1, which has been wrong since 1988, to Ag 2, what it should be today.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the owner's going to bring other livestock? How
Yes,
many-
sir.
How many
Sir,
horses is he going to bring?
I do not, if I told you they had 5, I don't know. I'm not going to lie to
Okay,
you.
if
I know they have
remember
horses.
correctly, reading through the Ag 2 requirements, it's 1 horse or 1 cow per acre.
Yes, sir.
So if you have 7 acres, you're going to allow them to bring 2 animals.
Yes, sir. Again, he owns 15 acres.
But
And-
the Ag 2 is going to be 7 acres.
No, Ag 2's
Ag 2's
going to be 3 acres, is where the house is at.
No, it's actually 3.5 acres. But
Yeah, see.
again, there's 5.
Right here.
I'm-
Ag 2.
I
where the
believe
house and
There's an
stuff is.
what
income
they're
producing.
saying.
All right, the chair is pulling this back, all right?
That's gotta be-
Mr. Berman,
It's going to be
just a
ranch
second,
estate.
just a second.
Is what it's referenced.
chair is taking-
Excuse me.
So I just want to confirm here, Mr. Berman, it is not within the remit of the planning and zoning to determine whether or not he's going to have the right number of cows on there.
Yeah, I think we may be getting a little far afield. What you need to be looking at is more of a 20,000-foot aerial perspective. uses that the property may be put to do include a limited number of livestock. But what they say that they are going to have, or it doesn't matter if they say that they're going to have a herd of 50 cattle or 2 horses. You got to take the aerial perspective, the 20,000-foot viewpoint.
Which is whether or not,
commercial-
and just a second, whether or not, the question really before the commission is whether or not Ag 2, the 3 ranch estates, and the single family is consistent with the zoning that is in the surrounding area, correct?
The determination of the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission must be based on what it perceives to be in the best interests of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. The proposed zoning of whatever you recommend needs to be generally consistent with the uses of surrounding land. An Ag 2 zoning category is, for a town like Double Oak, that's the optimal zoning. I mean, I'm not suggesting that you recommend approval or denial, it's just that it's the lowest impact, the least intrusive, the largest lot size. What they intend to do with it, don't worry about that. I mean, whether they're in compliance with our regulations is something that code enforcement and city staff will worry about if the zoning is ultimately approved and if they violate it.
Andrew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, may I?
Please.
Okay, so I don't have an issue with the ranch estates or the Ag 2 because, and yes, I love Ag 2, but I do have an issue with, or not say issue. I do believe that the zoning for the single family, the smaller lot way in the back, actually needs to be changed to ranch estates because the single family district and the meaning of district in our ordinances shows shall mean a section of town of Double Oak for which the regulations governing the area, height, and use of buildings are uniform. Single family allows a 1,600 square foot home. All a ranch estate houses have to be 2,300 square feet or larger. And due to the fact that this entire area near this property is all ranch estates and some ag, the only district that has the single-family homes is in the far southwest corner of Double Oak that was annexed to Double Oak from Flower Mound, and all of those houses were all tiny. So our actual single-family district is on the southwest side of the city. Where this property is located, it is should be within the Ranch Estates district and/or an ag if it was going to be large enough. So I believe that what we need to do is actually the single-family district be changed on his plat work when he's revamping and getting in all those easements and wording, that we change it to ranch estates, and it would then fit in with the rest and be uniform as per our ordinance.
Okay. Other comments by the commission? Mr. McCormick.
In reality, the Ag 2, I'm kind of stuck on this agriculture thing. Yes, there is a stable there, and it's going to have horses in it. But there is a certain recognition between how the town zones properties, categories, and how Denton County Central Appraisal District generates categories for taxing. Currently, this property, the 15-acre property, has an ag exemption. That ag exemption, I don't have what the ag is, but it's ag exemption. I think it's pasture, native pasture or improved pasture. Regardless, that property as it stands now has a assessed value reduction of over $2 million for defining property taxes. So supposedly what the county does is independent of what Double Oak does as far as the zoning. But to the extent that we will notify the county as to what our zoning is, we're going to take a home that has a pretty significant valuation, and we as a commission and potentially the town council is going to say, oh, it's agriculture. Now, under the Denton County Appraisal District guidelines, boarding horses does not qualify as agriculture. It's very clear. The state controller's office very clearly states that agriculture, under agriculture, horses, breeding, racing, there's a whole list, but related to horses does not qualify as agriculture. So the fact that we're calling a multi-million-dollar home, beautiful new wall going in, and because there's a stable on it, we're going to call it agriculture, when there's actually no agriculture under the Denton County or the state definition of agriculture, I'm a little amiss as to how we get from, yes, it was mislabeled from Ag 1. It should never have been Ag 1, but it really should be designated as potentially ranch estate.
So, Mr. Counselor, is it the commission's concern over taxing districts and congruence with the zoning from the city?
No, what we determine or what we qualify as being an agriculturally zoned district isn't the same thing as qualifying for an agricultural tax exemption from the appraisal district. You all don't need to be sweating what the appraisal district might be doing, but I understand where you're going with it, and I'm not saying that it's wrong, but again, you need to be basing your decision on what you believe to be in the best interests of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. If you believe that the property is appropriately zoned for Ag 2 use that has limited livestock and crop production authority, then by all means, if you don't think so, then that's going to be your recommendation.
You're good? Okay.
Andrew, may I ask or address the agricultural question? Because I can answer.
I think we're kind of done, okay?
Okay.
Okay? I want a sense from the commission, are you ready to make a motion?
Just for clarification, then, Andrew, the motion would be to either approve the rezoning from Ag 1 to what's been provided or not to approve it. So we're either going to make a motion to approve or make a motion not to approve.
For all 5 parcels?
For all 5 parcels. Even though some are okay, potentially, it's either all or none.
Does it have to be all or none, Counselor?
No, again, I keep looking at and referring to page 15 in the agenda packet. Page 15 identifies what the plat would have carved up these lots to be had it been approved. You can use that as a reference and say, move to recommend approval of our ranch estates for lot 1, and then Ag 2 for lot 5, and then SF for lots 3, 4, and, you understand what I'm saying? You can use that as a reference point, because technically right now we've got one large tract of land, and your recommendation is necessarily going to be carving up that one tract into separate zoning districts. And so use that as a reference and figure out how you want to do it.
Well, again, for clarification, just to make sure everybody's on the same page. Ranch estates, there's 3 ranch estates. Currently, those properties is open. 2 ranch estates are 1.5 acre lots. The large remaining open area has been requested to be designated ranch estates, not ag. So the open grazing area, the open area where they may be baling hay occasionally, is not the area that they're requesting Ag 2.
All right.
Ag 2
Second. I'm going to try
is
to
for
help. I'm going to try to help.
Lot 4.
Mr. Frisbee.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. All 3 ranch estates each will have a residence on them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that help?
Well, I'm thinking of how this is going to apply when we submit it to Denton CAD, because right now, if we turn it over to Ranch Estates, it's going to be a 7+ acre ranch estate property, which potentially has a home on it. Now, what the landowner's letter referenced was he wanted to have 4 homes, which I assumed was going to be lot 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that correct? The homes locations were going to be lot 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 already has the home, the residence on it. So is lot 5, the 7-acre lot, that's open field, is it anticipated to build a home
Okay.
on that property?
So, my client has 3 daughters. He also takes care of his wife's sister who needs help.
Okay, so that would be 4 structures
So-
plus a family house?
So, Bill will have a family house on the 7 acres.
Okay?
His youngest daughter will occupy the house on the 3.5 acres. His middle daughter will occupy the house on the 2 acres. His wife's sister will occupy this house on the 1 acre lot. The third daughter likes living in Dallas, and she's not sure she wants to move here. But since we're going through the process, we're trying to mitigate having to go through this again to subdivide the property again to get approval for additional lot. If she changes her mind as she gets older and potentially marries on whether she wants to live here. Again, part of the process of the 3 months that we worked with the engineers in Double Oak.
Okay.
And if
I'm good. I'm good. Mr. Berman, it's not the commission's requirement that each of the ranch estates has a house put on it within a certain amount of time, is it?
No,
Okay.
not at all. You're just simply determining what the regulations going down into the future should be.
Correct. So whether or not there's going to be a house in 1 year or 2 years, if it's zoned ranch estates, we're good, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Again, tax issues and zoning issues are different, correct? And not the remit of this this commission, correct?
Yeah, you really shouldn't be considering, but I understand, and I'm not blaming you, but you really shouldn't be thinking about the tax consequences. But they could, I mean, it could be zoned PD or ranch estates, and they could still qualify for an ag use exemption. And similarly, we could zone it as Ag 1, and then maybe disqualified depending on how they use the property from an ag use exemption. So don't rely on that.
Okay. Have we answered everybody's questions?
Are we going to discuss changing lot number 1, single family, to ranch estates? Are we able to do that since it does not fit in with the neighboring districts? Okay. Laura has a question.
Just
No,
like-
I have the same question.
Yes, yes. Give me a second. So, Mr. Counselor, could the commission recommend the rezoning of the 5 parcels into 4 ranch estates and 1 Ag 2 as a recommendation to the town council?
Yeah, of course you could.
So,
Certainly.
which would be different than what the applicant has asked for?
I understand.
But that would be an acceptable motion?
Sure.
Okay,
It would be a motion to recommend, but yes.
as always. Okay,
Chairman, observation,
Mr. McCormick?
going back to the Ag 2 request. Now, one of the, and I'm maybe you guys can help me, is under Ag 2, you have 2 types of accessory buildings. I'm making the assumption that the stable, which is fairly sizable, in fact, it's almost 5,000 square feet. It is 2-story, and it's on the tax rolls as almost being 5,000 total square feet. I don't know if this was an oversight, but in looking at major accessory buildings under Ag 2, there's 2 types, type 1 and type 2. so for some odd reason, the type 1 doesn't have a maximum square footage amount. That's, Ag 2 is the only category. Ag 2 type 1 is the only category that doesn't have a maximum size of 1,200 square feet. So it would appear, I mean, if I was working with these guys, it would appear that the only way they could maintain that stable with the home is to get it labeled as Ag 2, unless it would be covered under a grandfather clause.
It is grandfathered.
It is grandfathered. Okay, so it doesn't have, if it's grandfathered, David, if it's grandfathered, it doesn't have to be Ag 2 to be able to have a 5,000 square foot accessory building.
No, whatever structures are on there now, if they would be in violation of what the council would ultimately impose on the property, those structures would be grandfathered, yes.
Speak up.
They would be considered
Yeah,
non-conforming?
if there are existing structures on the property and the council changes the zoning to whatever it might change it to, and those structures don't comply with the new zoning, those structures are grandfathered. They are lawful non-conforming structures.
They're
allowed-
non-conforming, but they are but that would be acceptable.
Yes. They
Okay.
can- Yeah, the structures continue.
Okay, regardless of what category of zoning we put it in.
Yes, they predate the adoption of
All right,
whatever
which,
zoning we.
again, relieves the necessity for converting a multi-million-dollar home and stable and calling it agriculture. If it's grandfathered, there's no need to zone it as Ag 2, when in reality, we could just as easily call it ranch estate, because you could still keep the same number of horses on ranch estates, or single family for that matter, as in Ag 2. I'm thinking of this as, even though there's not a direct correlation, there is a potential correlation with Denton Central Appraisal District.
So, again, Mr. Counselor, let me take it back. Does it matter to the commission whether or not there's a grandfathered or lawfully non-conforming structure in its zoning question?
No, that shouldn't matter. I mean, the zoning is permanent. The zoning, whatever you recommend and whatever the council imposes, in theory is forever and ever, in perpetuity. Whatever structures are there may not be there next week. They may not be there after the winter or next tornado season. Don't rely on that as a basis for approving or denying. Your recommendation, again, must be based on what you believe to be in the best interests of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare.
So having an Ag 2 for that large piece of property would be consistent with the properties that are surrounding 250 Simmons, correct?
Yeah, any zoning category is not going to be inconsistent. I mean, if the issue or concern is spot zoning, it has to be radically inconsistent. All of our zoning categories, all of our residential zoning categories have a minimum lot size of at least 1 acre. And nothing that you would recommend to the council would be grossly inconsistent with her. It's all consistent.
Okay. Do I have a motion from the commission?
I motion that we recommend to council that we approve 4 ranch estate lots and 1 Ag 2 lot.
Is that specified enough? for you?
Changing lot number 1 from single family to ranch estates.
All right, so let's be clear. The area represented in their plat application as being lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The motion is to recommend that the council approve ranch estates zoning on all of those lots except for which lots?
4.
Lot number 4 would be Ag 2. Lot number 1, 2, 3, and 5, ranch estates.
Is that the motion?
Yes.
Is that specified enough for you? Okay, I just want to make sure. I don't want
With
to do,
the
I
ag-
don't
with
want to do over
Lot
here.
4 being the
Okay?
home.
I'm sorry?
The existing,
I'm just
yes.
confirming that Lot 4
Lot
is where
4 is the
is where the
Existing home.
beautiful home
With the
is.
barn.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I second. Donna, sorry.
It's okay. So Ms. Meilinger has made a motion. Ms. Gillum has made a second. Will the town secretary please call the vote?
Mr. Weaver?
Aye. Or
Mr.
yay.
Melhoff?
Either way.
Abstain.
Ms. Mollinger?
Aye.
Mr. McCormick?
Nay.
Ms. Gillum?
Aye.
Ms. Morrow?
Aye.
Dr. Goodman?
Aye.
It passes.
Okay, the motion passes. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we are now to the third of the three applications. Again, I caution the audience. The hour is late, and you have done a great job so far, and I ask that we all continue, okay? Cheerful warriors, all right? Okay? So this third application is a request for a special permit for a helistop at the property located at 250 Simmons. Okay? Just to make sure I understand it correctly, Mr. Frisbee, this is to confirm that there will be no aircraft facilities constructed on the property, correct? There'll be no storage hangars, no aircraft facilities on this property. I just want to make sure I understand before you get up there. There's no refueling to be performed on this property, there's no maintenance to be performed on this property, and there is to be no aircraft storage on this property.
No aircraft storage,
Okay.
no maintenance, no fuel, no concrete landing area, nothing of the sort.
Okay, so this is for personal use, no commercial use, no cargo, single rotor, passenger only, correct?
Yes, we did discuss with the fire department potentially creating a place for emergency services to land as need be.
Just a second. Officer, would you ask the people in the lobby to please follow the same standards as the nice audience here in the big room, okay? So, I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear you
I'm sorry.
because,
We did had conversations with the fire and the police department to potentially allow them in emergency situations to land a Care Flight helicopter at any time on the property as they see fit.
okay? All right. So, Commission, like the other two applications, the first thing you want to be doing as we go through this, you want to be listening that the application process has been completed, they were all done the same, okay? And that the proper town notice was given and the public hearing notices were given, and there is a town engineer review. We're gonna listen to the citizens' comments, and then you are gonna consider the proposed use against the impact to the surrounding neighbors. So with that, before we start the public hearing, I'm gonna allow Mr. Frisbee to describe what the applicant intends to do in a, beyond, if I haven't captured it correctly, please elaborate before the public hearing starts, and then we will start the public hearing.
So my only question I have is my son is going to present the information about the landing area with the helicopter.
Okay?
In all of that information is detailed information in regards to FAA standards, laws, noise, elevation of noise, and all of that. There's lots of information in that.
Okay?
Do you want is it okay that he presents those, all of the information, so everybody has the information, and then at the end, after he presents that I may speak as the public hearing, speaking under the public hearing of what I would like to present as not a residence, I'm not a resident, but I would like to speak in the public hearing.
Okay? I'm gonna let you talk, but I'm looking for throttles pretty far forward, okay? So move it out. Okay?
We'll do it all within 3 minutes.
Your name is?
Hi, my name is Tyler Frisbee, Ken's son. All right.
You're with Frisbee Enterprise?
Yes, sir, I'm with Frisbee Enterprises.
Okay.
If you need, do you need my address?
No,
Okay.
You're here in your corporate capacity.
Yes, sir. So as I know you want the meat of the details here, I've provided you all, the council members, with a document. I'll review some of those pertinent details, and I will cover the defining details more than anything. So I do have a section here titled Need to Know. So to clarify, the proposition is a designated landing area used to discharge of passengers and cargo, which does not include any sort of maintenance, repairs, or fueling of the helicopter at this site. The aircraft that will be used, for anyone's reference, is an Airbus H-125A Star. In compliance with FAA guidelines, the aircraft will approach from at or above 500 feet and will not deviate or go below 500 feet until it is above the property. On average, from the time the aircraft enters the flight zone until it exits is 90 seconds. As we've self-imposed for time frames for flight is 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. and with the intention of using 8 to 12 times a year. It is pertinent that you understand that there is no permanent lighting or structures at this landing location. If any instance the aircraft lands after dusk, a temporary lighting system will be utilized but will be removed after the helicopter departs, and that is only visible from above from the pilot's perspective. The landing location we have selected specifically allows for the surrounding structures that we know of to help buffer the noise in which the aircraft will generate. And as you mentioned, the aircraft will not be stored on site at any time. I would like to address the noise decibels because I know it is going to be a pertinent topic for a lot of people who approach this stand. So calculations for this aircraft specifically, landing from 400 feet away, you're at 81.1 decibels. Landing at 100 feet away, you're at 98.1 decibels. Takeoff from 400 feet away, 80.2 decibels, and takeoff from 100 feet away, 97.2 decibels. We have provided some comparable decibels that may be useful to the council, such as that of devices and tools that are used within communities every day. A lawnmower generating 96 decibels. Those are used on homes every single day. A weed eater generating 94 decibels. A motorcycle passing by at 25 feet, 90 decibels. As you can read through those items, there are a variety of household items that meet or surpass the decibels of the helicopter that people use at a closer range every day. We did a test, as some of you witnessed, and we recorded decibels, and we have provided videos and pictures of those decibels. The max decibel recording from the northeast corner of the property upon arrival and landing of the helicopter was 80.4 decibels. The max decibel recorded from the southeast corner of the property upon departure was 82 decibels. 82 decibels were the max decibels acquired throughout the flight path. And then it says we've presented videos and sent those in that are pertinent to the committee, and you can gain those from Chris. I'll hold there. I know there's more information on that packet y'all can use and you may ask questions from, but I know you're trying to just get to the meaty details here.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, with that, we are going to begin the public hearing for this particular agenda item. This is a rather lengthy sign-up sheet. In the interest of time, I am going to call two names, which means the first person will come to the podium and the second person will get out of their seat and position themselves in the vicinity of the officer. So when the first person is done, the next person is coming up, and I will likely call that second person and one more person after that in the interest of time so that we are moving people through, okay? Again, you all have done great. and I know this topic is more emotionally charged than the other two, but I once again ask
Want some coffee?
that we treat each other with civility
Tell
and
me.
we keep the comments from the audience
Andrew?
to be none, and that when you talk, you are talking to the commission. You are not talking to the audience. You are not asking for audience participation. All right?
Chairman, can we take 5?
Yes.
Before we start? No?
If somebody needs an environmental break, I'll give you 2 minutes. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay? 2 minutes. You two gentlemen, okay? So we are recessed at 9:06 for just 2 minutes, okay? Because the audience always has the opportunity to go use the restroom. The commission members do not, okay? So 2-minute recess. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to open up the public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Again, I'm going to call two names. The first name will come up to the podium. The second name will position themselves by the officer. I ask, since there are people outside queued up, that after you have spoken, that you leave this room. I'm not trying to be impolite. I'm trying to let the others have an opportunity to come in. So once you are done speaking, if you would kindly exit the room, you can go to the lobby, and that way the other Double Oak residents will have an opportunity to speak as well, okay? And we're going to start with Daphne. Well, first of all, it is 9:12. Public hearing is open. Daphne will be first, and then Lucy White, you are on deck.
Wow, I'm first. Okay.
Luck of the draw.
Luck of the draw. Yay.
Sorry, I mean, I just...
No, it's good. Okay, hello, I'm Daphne Case. I live at 310 Oak Trail Drive. Thank you for your time tonight. As you sit here and listen to the many Double Oak residents who oppose this SUP, I hope you really hear what the residents are saying, and that you listen and you are a voice for all who elected you to serve the people here and vote no. I think it might go without saying, but I oppose the Helipad SUP, and I hope everyone here tonight votes no, as does the Town Council on August 18th. In 2023, Southlake, a town of approximately 32,000 residents, denied a Helipad SUP. In 2024, Colleyville, a town of approximately 27,000, denied a Helipad SUP. And as we all are very well aware, in 2025, Flower Mound, a town of approximately 80,000, denied a Helipad SUP. Why would a town the size of Double Oak even consider this as a possibility when towns literally 10 times our size rejected it? I understand this man's dream of a family compound. My family and I moved to Double Oak from Flower Mound to have more space, to have a home that was ready to care for aging parents and my special needs brother. We loved the quiet country feel while still being minutes away from everything. This is our dream. A dream of caring for my family in a tranquil, serene, calm community. Why is that dream deemed less important than a guy who wants a helicopter? His dream will take mine away. I sat here Monday night at the meeting and heard a town council member accuse the people of Double Oak for hating this guy because he is rich. I beg to differ with that statement. I can't speak for the residents of Double Oak, but I can speak for myself when I do not like the way he has waltzed in, manipulated the leadership of his town, lied, and tried to steamroll his way through to get a helicopter to go to a couple football games in Oklahoma, all at the cost of his neighbors. I know many people here tonight will have facts, more numbers, speak more to the nuts and bolts of why this helipad is a terrible idea for this community. But I wanted to take time to let you know what my family's dream was and why we chose Double Oak. Please, again, vote no and show the residents their dreams of a quiet, peaceful, small town feel matter too.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Lucy White is up, and on deck, Jack Dennis of Caruth Lane.
Hi, my name is Lucy White, and I live at 300 Oak Trail Drive. My family and I used to live in Flower Mound, and one day I drove through Double Oak and fell in love with the town. So we sold our home in Flower Mound and moved here. We fell in love with the peacefulness, the serenity, the farm animals that you see while driving, and the small town feel of Double Oak. When I heard that someone is trying to have a helipad built on his property, I couldn't believe it. Since then, I have heard, have read, and have done my own research on this. Other cities that were larger than Double Oak had turned down his request. We are a small and quiet community of about 3,100 people that have moved here for a small town feel and peace and quiet, and now we're having to worry if our dreams of our small town will be taken away by someone who doesn't want to be inconvenienced and drive to the nearest airport facility that is 14 miles away that can house his helicopter. I politely request that you all hear and feel what the members of our small community are saying, and to be our voices when the voting takes place and deny his request for a helipad in Double Oak. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Jack Dennis, yes, sir? And just a second. And on deck, Teddy Williams, Meadow Knoll. Is Teddy Williams still here? Okay. All right, you're on deck, ma'am. Sir, you may begin.
Thank you. Again, Jack Dennis, 206 South Caruth. Again, to echo what we've heard from some of the others, a helipad is not the right answer for our town. I rewatched the Flower Mound P&Z meeting from earlier this year, this morning, just to remind myself kind of some of the rationale that was used there. And there was a statement that really resonated with me, that the benefit of one should not outweigh the impact of many. And I think that's really the gist here, right? So I applaud the applicant for bringing his family together and for wanting to do what he thinks is right for his property, but that desire, that ends when the impact to the broader residential community is impacted. And so really that's the crux of my personal view. I'm also the HOA president for Caruth Estates and represent many of our neighbors that have similar views. And thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Okay. Teddy Williams, and then, just a second, ma'am. On deck is Linda K., I will mispronounce your name because I'm not good at this, Blesh? Did I get that correct? Oh, Linda, you're back. Thank you. Okay, you're on deck, ma'am. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Teddy Williams. I live at 250 Meadow Knoll Drive. And I'm not going to repeat everything that everybody said, other than to say that I'm opposed to the helipad, and I hope you guys will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just a second, Linda.
Yes.
Next up is Elizabeth Buell. Is that correct? B-U-E-L-L? Okay, again. So if you will make your way up, Linda, you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Linda, Tanglewood Lane. I hear everyone speaking, and they all represent me too. I mean, everything I've heard represents me on how I feel. I'm so confused by this whole helipad controversy within our town. For one, the horse stable, which right now has 5 horses. I went to the demonstration on Tuesday, and I saw the helicopter land right behind the stable. That's weird to me. I think there's a problem there. I don't know. That doesn't sound agriculturally cool, to put it bluntly. The noise, everything about the situation. I don't want to take up time just doing my emotional draw here, but I hope that you all understand that we really do mean no. Deny this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, you are next. In just a second, ma'am. Ms. Hillier is on deck.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Elizabeth Buell, and I live at 135 North Forest Lane. And I've had the joy of living in Double Oak for almost 20 years. A little bit of background, I have a PhD in auditory neuroscience, and I have a clinical doctorate in audiology. So I've studied the impact of sound on humans and animals, and would like to spend this time talking about the literature that drives my opposition to a private helicopter pad in our community. Helicopter noise is uniquely disruptive. Even intermittent aircraft noise can elevate stress hormone levels and impair concentration, especially in children. Peer-reviewed public health studies also document heart disease and cognitive delays. While noise levels from a helicopter like this are comparable to a motorcycle or even a loud lawnmower, motorcycles and lawn equipment do not emit noise while hovering above us with low frequencies that are highly disruptive, that carry farther and penetrate deeper into homes than typical sounds do. This footprint can extend a quarter mile or more. Because the noise is irregular and high intensity, people have difficulty adapting to it, making its impact on health and quality of life even worse. Also, I want to add that lawnmowers don't pose a risk of crashing in a vertical descent. In addition, this isn't just a human issue. Environmental researchers have discovered that helicopter noise alters wildlife behavior. Birds abandon nests, feeding patterns are disrupted, and increased stress is observed across species. Oversight sounds reassuring, but there are no realistic enforcement mechanisms at the town level to monitor and limit helicopter activity. Once the helipad is approved, regulating frequency, time of day, flight paths, and decibel levels become nearly impossible. Residents would bear the burden of reporting violations while suffering in real time from noise and environmental harm. We are fortunate to live in a quiet area with beautiful trees and wildlife. This kind of activity would permanently disturb that balance, degrading not only our peace and safety, but the health of the environment around us. I urge the council to consider these costs and protect the integrity of our beautiful town by denying this permit. Thank you for your time and for this opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Hilliard, just a second. Ms. Hilliard is up, and Mary Ann Doherty, did I say it correctly? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Hilliard, you are on.
Okay, thank you. Jean Hilliard, 170 Trailing Oaks Drive. I live about 2 blocks straight east of this particular proposed helipad, and it was noisy when I saw the demonstration the other day, but real quickly, I'm concerned about the fact that should this helipad be approved, it's in perpetuity. So even though that we have a proposed use for several times a year for a particular helicopter and a particular pilot, there's no guarantee that the helicopter won't change, the pilot won't change. And there's also this thing that's getting very popular across the country called air taxis. So who's to say at some point in time in the future that doesn't begin to happen and we're stuck dealing with it as a community. The other thing is safety. I'm thinking specifically of the accident in the recent past with Kobe Bryant, who was taking a flight with a family member and that crashed. That's always a possibility. Weather's never perfect and wind is never perfect, so every takeoff and landing is likely to be different. The other thing is this SUP is requesting an exception, which is exactly what it is. This is a residential area. The areas surrounding us are mostly residential with some agricultural, so it's a total misfit. That in itself says this is an exception and it should not be granted. Please vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mary Ann Doherty. Just a second. David Blesh from Tanglewood. David? Thank you. Okay. Mary Ann, you may begin.
Mary Ann Doherty, 340 Valley View Trail. My belief has always been that if there's a heliport, an airport, anything that makes noise, and you choose to build by it, you have no right to complain because it was there first. Well, we were here first, and so I feel we do have a right to complain and say we do not want this noise in our neighborhood. I observed the landing of a helicopter, and debris that flew all around was amazing. Also, the owner has said that he would let Medevac come in, but we've already used Crossroads Bible for that church, and I believe we could use Downing for that also. So to me, that is not a valid reason to do it. And again, the fact that 2 other towns have already denied them this, I think that tells something to us also. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Blesh, just a second. Mr. White, David White, Shroya Hill. Yeah, just a second. I need Mr. White to be on deck, please. Okay, you're a go.
David Blesh. I reside at 110 Tanglewood. My wife and I have lived here for 10 years, and we love everything about the small town feel of Double Oak. And honestly, I just do not understand why someone would want to move into our beautiful community and suggest that he's excited to be a part of us and then offer this SUP for a helipad to convenience himself at the jeopardy of the entire community. I did not participate in the demonstration. My wife did go, and when she came home, I said, did it take off and land around 10:05, 10:10? And she said, yep. And so I was at home working, and I could hear it easily, and we were approximately 3/4 of a mile to 1/2 of a mile away. The auditory expert spoke very well, indicating that it is a disruption. I'm ex-Navy. I was in the aviation field, and I know how important the decibels need to be. And what I would say is, based on his dissent and assent, that those decibels that were mentioned earlier today could probably be increased as the pilot makes a different adjustments to the way he lands and takes off. The last thing I want to just say is I really don't understand why the applicant doesn't just put away this SUP so that we don't even have to go through this any further, because this is an extreme turmoil on everyone. He obviously knows that he is surrounded by people that do oppose this SUP, and while we're happy to welcome him with open arms to our community, he can leave his helicopter somewhere else and find a way to make these journeys to football games or whatever else he's using it for from some other location. Thank you all for your service. Please vote no, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. White, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so stand by. And then Nan Bowen of Royal Oaks, you are on deck. Okay?
I'm David White, 240 Shady Hill Lane, and the helicopter probably wouldn't bother me as far away as I live. However, the surrounding area, the immediate area that's surrounding where he intends on putting the helicopter pad, Brawley Farms, the horse stables there, I think that's the biggest concern. The idea of that we're an aging community, well, yeah, look at me, but a Care Flight helicopter can land almost anywhere. I've seen them land in the middle of a road. We have a football field just south of here they can land in. They can land just about anywhere they want to. We don't need this as a consideration to approve this SUP. I urge you to vote it down because it's not in the best interest of the town. As everybody said, it's for one individual, and it doesn't lend itself to our quiet community. Thank you.
Thank you. Nan, in just a second, please. Greg Walker of Caruth, you are on deck. Mr. Walker, thank you. If you'll just stand next to the police, not implying anything. I don't want to know that, okay? Ms. Bowen.
Nan Bowen, 100 Royal Oaks Drive, proudly Double Oak, Texas. Mine's quick. I just wanted to put a little perspective on the helicopter as far as emergency landings go. I called ESD1 to find out exactly how many times, when, and where we use helicopters being connected with our fire department. I was directed to ESD1. Last year, they used it one time. It's not used very often anymore because Denton Regional now has a Trauma 2 unit, as well as Baylor Scott and White Grapevine. They don't have to go to Dallas for everything now. They can straight down the highway, they can do whatever they need, which is why helicopter landings of an emergency have become so unused here. One time in the last year. In the last 20 years, they landed on 407 once, and I have documented this. They landed on the church once, and they landed on the soccer field once, because everything is around 407. So would we need to go to his property and unlock the gate or get a code and wait for his, I mean, I don't understand. There wouldn't be any use for it as far as I'm concerned. I've lived here 30 years. That school wasn't here when I moved here, and I'm right across the street, and I want it to stay the same way. So please vote no, and thank you for your time.
Okay. Mr. Walker, you're up. Just a minute. Ted Reeves of Lake Trail, is that right? Lake Trail? Thank you. Mr. Walker, you're up.
All right, in the interest of everybody's time, and especially y'all's, I'll try to be brief. Thank you very much for your service. Thanks for all that you do for us. We're very grateful for it. I guess I'd just like to ask each of you to imagine your backyard for a moment. Imagine sitting out there and enjoying your view. Think about your back fence for a second. And then I'm curious if you'd like a helicopter to land on the other side of your fence. That's my fence. This is within, I think, 200 feet of my back fence. I don't hold any ill will to the applicant. If I had a helicopter, I'd probably like to land it close and save a little bit of time too. But I don't know why that would be even a consideration for a town our size and for everyone else and the impact on them to save 15 minutes for one applicant. I don't think we have any recourse afterward for how many times does it happen, when does it happen. I worry about the precedent we set on the next applicant who wants to bring in a helicopter. And I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit shocked that we've gotten this far, all of our time, but I don't see the applicant here tonight. Thank you guys for your time. We very much appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes,
All
I'm
right.
Greg Walker, 306 East Caruth Lane.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Reeves, stand by. We've actually gotten through one sheet, ladies and gentlemen. There are a lot to go. On deck will be Mike Holland. You have your name in here twice. I just want to make sure if we covered one and then you still have another that relates. Is he outside?
He's coming.
All right, just put him on deck, Chief, and I'll ask him. All right, Mr. Reeves, you're up.
Ted Reeves, 145 Lake Trail Drive, been here about 8 or 10 years. Again, my opposition to this whole thing. Again, no animosity towards the applicant, that's fine, but to have a helicopter landing, pad brought in, basically making us an air park. I didn't move here to have an air park. If I'd wanted to live in an air park, there are plenty around. I didn't do that because it's quiet. Many people have mentioned that. The applicant mentioned 90 decibel frequency. That's nonsense because it doesn't talk about the frequencies. Those have been brought up. Low frequencies penetrate the way high frequencies do not. High frequencies attenuate, low frequencies do not. That's why the Navy uses very low frequency to transmit signals through hundreds and hundreds of feet of water because they propagate through everything, not just air, but solid objects as well. If you ever had a car pull up beside you with a subwoofer going, penetrates, goes through theirs, goes to their car, goes into your car, or goes into your house if they drive down your street. That's what you can listen to because these rotor blades generate that low frequency. It propagates and it penetrates. The other thing is talking about operating as late as 10 p.m., we have noise ordinances that's going to be violating. And when you open up this Pandora's box, there's no limit. They talk about, well, we're only going to be here, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 times, 5 times a year. That's not binding. That means nothing. Once you open this gate, they can land there 10 times a day. And it's not for anyone's benefit but their own. They will be a detriment to everyone here. It's a noise detriment. Property values, they will suffer because nobody wants to buy a house next to a helipad. I certainly didn't want to. And the other side of that is the negative impact goes beyond that. It's a single-engine aircraft flying as low as 500 feet, which gives you very, very limited recovery time. A helicopter does not glide. You can auto-rotate, but that's just a controlled crash. So it's not only health and safety, it's the welfare of everyone around here. The medical use, that's a nonsensical red herring. It's already been mentioned many times. Care flights, they operate under emergency FAA authority. They can land anywhere they wish, and we do. We've got fields, soccer fields. We don't need a helipad. If they need to, the police can have and will clear an intersection, and they can land a helicopter at an intersection if they need to. And the chances of us actually, God forbid, having a really bad accident where you need care flight in their backyard are pretty slim. That's nonsense, and it doesn't benefit anyone but themselves, and it's to the detriment of everyone here. So, again, I hope that you will listen to the concerns and keep Double Oak the Double Oak that we all came here to be in. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. Holland, you are on deck. Stand by. Mr. Dunway? You're on deck, okay? Right, so that officially clears one. All right, Mr. Holland, you're up.
Once again, my name is Mike Holland. I live at 341 Oakview Drive. I'm guessing about a third of a mile away from where this is going to be transpiring. I looked at the paperwork that was provided to you all to try and figure out where is this going to be and measure the distance to my house to try and get an estimate for how loud it was going to be, since it's a circle in the middle of Lot 5, and police can say there's no lat long, there's no real specific guidance as to where exactly this is. I was unable to figure that out. So I don't know how loud this is going to be at my house. The town has nothing in its ordinances that deals with this at all. The only thing that we have in our ordinances is maybe a noise ordinance that is very general and be difficult to enforce. So I would encourage at some point in the future for you guys to review that ordinance and actually put some decibels in there to make sense of it all. I was a pilot for 45 years, and I was not a helicopter pilot. I was a fixed wing pilot. I can tell you that the rules that this helicopter will operate under, there are two kinds of rules. There's a VFR rule, visual flight rules rule, and there's an instrument flight rules rule. This helicopter will be operating under visual flight rules. When you're making an approach to land, you have to clear the area you're going to be flying through. You don't fly overhead and drop straight down. You have to be able to see what you're going to be flying into. So when this was presented to Flower Mound, there was a flight path on the paperwork that was provided to the Flower Mound P&Z, and they showed the flight path. I've seen nothing like that here. But that's going to have to be done, and there's several reasons. Besides the clearing of the area, part of the recovery capability when you lose an engine is forward motion of the aircraft through the air to help generate lift for you to be able to make a controlled descent and safe landing. So the straight down descent thing, really, I have some real problems with that. I don't think that's possible. This property already has a pond with ducks and geese on it. They fly over my house all the time on the way to and from that pond. This guy's going to have to be cognizant of where those animals are, or he will hit one. And if you hit something like that with an aircraft, bad things will happen. So that can necessitate an engine down approach or a crash landing or things like that. So that's another reason to question the ability to make a straight up and down approach. I'm rising in opposition to this. I have no animosity toward the landowner. I welcome them with open arms to our community and hope they find a wonderful home here. We have found that here for ourselves. But thank you very much for your service doing this. I know you're all volunteers, and we really do appreciate what you're doing for the town.
Thank you. Mr. Dunway, correct? Yes. Okay. Stand by. Mr. Walker on Simmons Road, you are on deck. Mr. Walker? Chief, you'll call once in the atrium or foyer. All right. Mr. Dunway, you're up.
Well, thank you for your time and your service, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William Dunaway. I live at 320 Oak Trail Drive, and of course I am opposed to this, and I will give you my reasons briefly because this is running long. First of all, there were several promises, quote unquote, made as far as time and that the helicopter would land and other promises. I think I have pointed out that this man's word, as written, has been refuted by Mayor Johnson when I asked him. So I'm not sure how we can rely on the promises and there is no enforcement for them. But I want to get to a more important issue, safety. A little background on me so that I have some credibility. I was a flying safety officer for the U.S. Air Force, an aviation flying safety officer for the U.S. Navy, and an FAA aircrew program designee for a major airline. I have over 18,000 flying hours. But I don't have a lot of helicopter time, so I found someone who did. This individual was a flying safety officer for the U.S. Army, a certified flight instructor, a double certified flight instructor, air traffic control license, over 12,000 helicopter hours, and maybe more important, a Distinguished Flying Cross, the highest of medals given by the government. He was shot down 5 times in Vietnam. And we both agree, remember, we're both flying safety officers at one time, that an uncontrolled helicopter pad is a safety risk, the key word being uncontrolled. His pilot, he said, is an ex-military pilot. That's great, but how current is the pilot? How old is the pilot? And what if this pilot is unavailable and he has to get someone quickly? What are their qualifications? What happens if an engine fails over your house? What safety equipment is on the ground? How qualified are the people on the ground to use that safety equipment? How qualified are the people on the ground to install the lighting system so it's correct? And don't forget, we live under the approach for airliners into DFW. The key word is uncontrolled helicopter pad. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, you represent the desires of the people of Double Oak. And I think the desires of the people of Double Oak are well spoken from this representation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And you are Mr. Walker, correct? Okay, just a second, Mr. Walker.
Chris Walker, I
Just-
live at
just a
21,
second.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, just a second. Mary Holland,
Oh, sorry.
I'm calling the person on deck, okay? Mary Holland, are you here? Is that a yes or a no? Okay, all right. Mr. Walker, you're up.
Chris Walker, 211 Simmons Road, and I'm directly across the street from this property. You know, everybody's tired, it's late, and I don't think I have anything to add that hasn't already been said. I think we have concerns about safety, property values, quality of life. I agree with all that, and I say no to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Holland? Just a second,
Hi.
Ms. Holland. And
Mary-
on deck, Ronald Kukis of Foxtrot Lane. I know I mispronounced your name probably. Is he here? Chief? Okay, Ms. Holland, please go.
Okay. My name is Mary Holland. I live at 341 Oakview Drive.
Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
This SUP application is completely inadequate to address the myriad of issues that having a helicopter airport in our town raises. This site of the SUP helicopter landing pad appears to be 150 feet from Lot 4 and 170 feet from Lot 1 permissible building lines as provided in the drawing. This is, of course, an estimate, as no detail is provided about the actual location of the landing pad or the building locations. Is this adequate? Does it meet FAA requirements? Is it safe? What setbacks should be required by the town? We moved to Double Oak instead of unincorporated Denton County over 30 years ago because it had a town that would protect our property values. Please, we appreciate your service, but please respect the citizens and vote no on this request for the helicopter pad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Coop? Did I say your name correctly?
You did. My name is Ron Kukis. I live 175 Foxtrot Lane in Double Oak.
Just a second.
Taylor Oaks.
I'm sorry, it was my fault. Mr. Johnson is on deck. Mr. Robert Johnson of Wood Lane Trail is on deck. All right, sir, you may go. You're on. All right. He's on deck. I'm just queuing people up, okay?
Okay. I'm a retired pilot, I've got over 17,000 hours of flying professionally. And we have a wonderful airport, 14 miles up the road, 15-minute, 20-minute drive. I suggest that we vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, if you'll approach, but stand by. Mr. Joff Reeves of McKinney, is that correct? All right. Mr. Johnson, go ahead, please.
Robert Johnson. I live at 170 North Woodland Trail. I've listened to everyone who's come to the podium tonight, and I can't say that I have anything to add. And in respect of your time, I'm going to just say please deny the request. I don't see that it fits with our community standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reeves, and stand by, Mr. Reeves. The next is Michelle Wood of Green Ridge Drive. Michelle? Chief, would you check outside, please? All right. Mr. Reeves, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jeff. No, I'm not a resident of Double Oak. I actually live in McKinney, Texas. I'm ex-Navy as well, and I use helicopters nightly to go after the bad people that try to take us down. However, the man in question is one of my best friends, whom I have watched people in this town personally attack, professionally slander, and dox. You dox not just him, but his good wife and his kids. His kids. Your community posted all of their names and addresses online, and you went after them verbally and attacked them. You know who does that? Bullies and cowards. Imagine if that was done to you and your family for something that you wanted and that you went through the proper channels to accomplish. I watched the Channel 8 piece which featured my backyard and a helicopter landing in my backyard. While watching, I saw the neighbor say, the new resident should meet the people of the community that he is moving into. I say practice what you preach and learn about the amazing new resident you're lucky to have as a neighbor. I've seen the lies and misinformation that has been verbally spewed and online via social media about my friend as a person, his business, and who he is and what he's trying to accomplish. And your comments don't stop at him, but the lies and slander people in this community have said about your mayor, and people are grasping at straws for what they speak about him as well. Shameful. I ask how many of you are on the Transportation Safety Board, work for the FAA, have your helicopter pilot's license specifically, or have ever flown in a helicopter. We only know of 3 fixed-wing pilots in our group here tonight, and that's not the same as a helicopter. The concerns I hear tonight are based from fear and the fear-mongering that has been propagated by what is really being asked by your new resident. There is no cement pad, no lights going in. And it's not going to become a super highway for travel over your community, which you're worried about, which I've heard multiple times tonight. Travel by air via helicopter is 20 times safer than driving. When I see signs saying, save our town from over a helicopter landing on a 15-acre plot of land, that is preposterous. This isn't denying funding for a failing dam that could wash the city away, that isn't putting a major interstate through a peaceful town. This is the occasional landing of a helicopter, a handful of times a year, of a well-maintained helicopter piloted by an incredibly experienced crew. As you may or not have seen from the recent demonstration, the noise of the helicopter showed minimal. Yes, it was noise. It is a machine. However, the decibel reading was lower than the Harley-Davidson that the motorcycle drove by that day and the local school bus that passed by, the weed eater, lawnmower, and leaf blower that you use every single weekend.
Just a second, sir. I ask the audience to be respectful, or I will issue you a warning. Do you understand me, ma'am? Please continue.
Thank you. The video was taken of the horses which reside on the property as the helicopter was landing. Their reaction? The majority didn't even stop eating the hay that was in front of them. They seemed more impressed by the person videoing them than they did the actual machine outside landing. Helicopters have been used for decades, while statistics show over 64% of our average, helicopters get used for decades.
Sir. Time.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, my difference of opinion differs from you.
In the back, I got it, okay? I got the time. Let me do my job. Please sit down. We have done a great job so far. Okay? All right. Michelle Wood, stand by. The next name I cannot read very well, so please bear with me. I believe it's Calvin and Jennifer Stunnell on Goliad Way. Just a second. All right, I'm going to let you go, but I'm going to take a pass and circle back on the person's name I called. Please, ladies and gentlemen. Michelle, your time is up. I mean, your time is. You are up.
And thank you.
No, I mean, it's a little late, so we're all going to
You're
faux pas here. So we're going to cooperate together, and we'll get through this, okay?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you are up, and your time is now. You are not done. I misspoke.
Hi, my name is Michelle Wood. We live at 210 Greenridge Drive. And my in-laws live at 165 Highview Drive. We are what they are proposing. We are a generational family who lives in Double Oak. My in-laws have been here for 40 years. Me and my husband have been here for 18. We bought our house 8 years ago there. We have gone through tragedy. From one, I'm not even going to talk about it all, but Double Oak is a community that comes together. Every single time people show up, I know the Britons, I know the Georgians, and we come together and help each other, and we put whatever it is that our neighbor needs. We had a house fire, our neighbors started mowing our lawn without even me remembering. I just completely forgot, and he was like, I got you, I love you. In this proposition is that I don't believe what he's saying, right? You look at people's words more than their actions, not their words, right? And they're not aligning here, right? If he wants to be a part of this community, he's not even here, right? He's not even looking at the people that he is affecting. We did watch the demonstration. It was loud. To compare it to a lawnmower is absurd. We work out of our house, and my husband was home. Well, I took the kids to see the demonstration. And he was on a phone call, and he said it was absurdly loud. It went over our house twice. And it is disruptive to the community and to everybody that it's going over and around. So not only, I'm not going to repeat all of the other things, the facts of why a helicopter is dangerous in our community, but to make an exception for someone who doesn't even care to show up in front of the people that he is wanting to be a part of, doesn't show a lifelong commitment to Double Oak. And we are here for a very long time. So from the Wood family, we all oppose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I have skipped Calvin Stennell because I have not heard from him. Okay. Alistair Moore from Caruth. Alistair. And next after that is Ruth and Stephen Dubner on Woodland, 165 Woodland. Either one of these two present? Okay. Hi, and you are?
I'm Ruth Dubner.
Okay, I'm going to go down there. Mr. Moore, I'll get to him in a second. So Ruth Dunbar, you're up.
I had a long, lengthy thing. We've all been here a long time. I'm hot. There's a lot of us sitting outside. I'm not going to repeat what most everybody said, but I am here to say we are very much against this. It's been Old Home Week outside. Was born in Dallas, raised here in Double Oak. Proud Marcus grad, been here since first grade. My family moved down the road to Highland Village, and it's now come the time that we're ready to come on back to Double Oak. As many of my fellow Marcus grads as well, we're all sitting outside, we've all come back. We too have the same dream as the new owner of this property on Simmons Road, that we too want to be back with our families. And my parents are sitting over there as well, so I can be back with my family too. We all came back to Double Oak because of our memories here in Double Oak, which did not include turning it into a noisy area. We are here for fishing, we're here for horseback riding, we're here for the quiet, wonderful peace that I grew up with. And we just would really urge all of you as well as you've seen everybody here, a whole slew of us sitting outside, to please, please consider our wants, our desires, our needs, and vote against this helistop here in Double Oak.
Thank you. Alistair Moore? Alistair Moore from Caruth? No? Okay. All right. Next is Denny, 280, I can't read your last name, I apologize. 280 Oak Trail Drive. Denny McClay? And Justin Kuiper from Kings Road. Are you here?
No response on these.
Okay, so going once, going twice for Denny McClay from 280 Oak Trail. Okay. Going once, going twice for Justin Kuiper from 230 Kings.
I think it's Justine.
Well, somebody else's penmanship drug into there. So no offense to Justine, it's offense to the person above them. Justine Kuiper from Kings, going once, going twice. Okay. I'm going to circle back one last time. Calvin, and looks like Jennifer Stainall of Goliad Way, 1800. They're coming. Okay. And then on deck will be Todd Surf, please help me, B-A-Y-U-K. Thank you. I apologize. Okay, so you're on deck. Hi.
Hi.
And you are?
Jennifer Stansel. We live in Lantana. We're actually very close to this helicopter pad.
Did I call
And-
you? I don't know that I called you. Oh, I see
Jennifer
you.
and Calvin Stansel.
Yes, I see you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Apologize.
So we just want to say we also heard it, and it is very loud, and we're trying to oppose it as well. So,
Thank you.
thank you. Oh.
I don't know. I'm from New York, and I literally lived maybe a couple miles away from JFK Airport, and I used to have airplanes fly over, probably let's say maybe a quarter of a mile down the road, and you would notice every time an airplane flew by, every single time. And my understanding is that helicopters are actually, the sound that they create are a lot more disruptive than an airplane, even at the same height. I don't know. I don't want a helicopter. I left noise. I left the traffic. I left the smog. And I tell all my family, like, oh yeah, you should come to Texas. It's amazing. It's a better quality of life. You get away from all the junk that we got to deal with there. So yeah, I don't want to be a liar. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, sheet 2. Todd. Okay, Todd, just a second. Lori Adams of 220 Foxtrot and Joe Adams, you are on deck. Okay, Chief, I think I see him in the back. So, Todd?
Okay. Good evening, Todd Beck, 10845 Pedernales Falls Drive. I'm a Flower Mound resident, so I'm actually here tonight. First of all, I want to thank you guys for your time. I know I've been through meetings like this where it takes a long, long evening, so I appreciate your patience and stuff going through this. Because of that, I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the points that folks are made here tonight, but I got a few that I want to mention real quickly. So I'm glad that many of you, I had sent an email to you that you did watch the Flower Mound P&Z meeting. I think a lot of the same concerns that the residents here have today definitely came forth there. But a couple things that I really wanted to point out. First of all, at the first P&Z meeting that we had, which is probably before the one you guys watched, the developer was shocked when Town Hall at Flower Mound got filled with residents that were in opposition to the helipad that was going to be in Flower Mound. And ultimately, the item got tabled, and it was brought back and got canceled later. Additionally, I want to point out that, and somebody else to point out tonight as well, the applicant never attended any of these sessions in Flower Mound for P&Z or Town Council, and last I saw looking around here tonight, I didn't see him either. Obviously, if he really wants to make his way home, and he's concerned about this, he should be making his presence here to try and appeal for this application. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, you said Double Oak is better than Flower Mound earlier in the meeting. If they didn't think a helistop was good for Flower Mound, why would it be better for Double Oak? Please vote no.
Thank you. Lori and Joe Adams, and stand by. Brian Burns is on deck. Brian, thank you. Lori, Ms. Adams.
Lori Adams, 220 Foxtrot Lane. I'm here to represent 85 people who signed this petition opposing the SUP. And I'm not the only one in this room. There are many others who have these also petitions representing our neighbors. Of the residents I spoke with, over 90% opposed the SUP. The rest were indifferent, not in support. In a town with about 2,700 registered voters, that level of opposition could reflect as many as 2,400 citizens who share these concerns. These numbers matter. I urge you to listen to them. Your recommendation tonight is not just about this one application. It sets a precedent for what will be allowed in the future. Do we want Double Oak to be known as a town that allows helicopter landings and takeoffs at will when our neighboring towns do not? And then I was going to talk about the codes, but other people did. So it's clearly each of the ordinances that are on there, the 14A, section 16.8, clear grounds to deny the request. It affects the entire town. And then also the noise ordinance. But please consider the long-term implications, and please consider the voices of your constituents, and please vote to recommend denial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Joe, and just a second, Joe, on deck. Brian Burns. Okay, thank you.
Joe Adams, 220 Foxtrot Lane. I share a number of the concerns on safety, property value, and noise. But what I'd like you to think about, the applicant, in the way it's presented is, it's one helicopter, it's only a couple times a month, one landing up, one landing down, it's gone. In that context, it doesn't sound like a big deal. They also would allow you to believe that it's like a lawnmower. Well, last I looked, lawnmowers don't fly over people's houses and circle before they land. The concern I have is when you approve this, what is that going to do in the long term of what this town is? Once you open the door and people who are interested in having helicopter services at their home are going to look to Double Oak to say, hey, it's allowed there. Over time, we are going to become a helipad for the people who want helicopter service at their home. It's not a one-time event. It's not a one-person event. You are changing the course of what this city is going to become 5 and 10 years down the road. So I ask that you think about, look at all the areas in Double Oak where a helicopter could land in 5 and 10, 15 years if other people sell, because people are going to sell, other people move in who have that interest, what are we going to do then? Then the next thing I'd like to address, the applicant identifies we can use it for emergency services, and that's very kind and appreciate that, so thank you very much for that. But what I found interesting is, as I looked to do a little research on helicopter pads and disruptions to neighborhoods, I came across an article that was written by the Business Jet Traveler, and the article is everything you need to know about a heliport at your house. And the article talks about the #1 issue in trying to get approval for a heliport at your house is community and neighbors objecting to it. So the article goes on to talk about how you go address that, and that's providing or benefit to the community. The article's written in the context of a California city that has one road in, one road out, and no safe landing for a helicopter. That's not Double Oak. We have many roads in, we have many roads out, and we have many areas a helicopter can land in an emergency. I strongly oppose this, and I ask you to oppose it as well. Thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Mr. Burns, if you'll approach and stand by. Greg Veal of Meadow Knoll, is that correct, sir? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Burns, you're up.
All right, first I want to thank you. I know you all have been caught in the crosshairs, and it's not fair to you what this has been doing, but I want to thank you for your service. I do want to offer one point of clarification, which is that OSHA considers 85 decibels the threshold at which prolonged exposure can cause permanent hearing loss. So we're not talking peanuts here. Most of the things I was going to talk about have already been addressed, so I'm just going to do something a little bit solemn, and I'm just going to read a list of helicopter crashes that have been in or near residential areas, similar to what this applicant's asking for. April 10, 2025, Hudson, New York, 6 died from a rotor failure during sightseeing. January 29, 2025, Potomac River, DC, right where I grew up. 67 dead from a military-civilian collision. April 29, 2024, Spring Branch, Texas. 2 dead, struck a residential property. April 23, 2024, Lumut, Malaysia. 10 dead from a parade rehearsal. March 29, 2023, Fort Campbell, Kentucky. 9 dead from a training collision. March 21, 2021, Kunur, India. 14 dead, crash near a residential area. January 26, 2020, Calabasas, California. 9 dead, crash near a residential area. January 30th, 2018, Newport Beach, California. Private helicopter, 3 dead, 2 injured. September 8, 2017, Medford, New Jersey. 2 dead, auto rotation failure. Back to Texas, July 6, 2016, 2 dead from a prototype test failure. April 29, 2016, in Norway, 13 dead from a rotor gearbox failure. March 10, 2015, in Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, 11 dead from a night crash. And November 21st, 2015, 7 dead, sightseeing as weather-related crash. Those are just in the last 10 years, accidents that have happened in and around residential areas, things that we currently don't have. And people have said that, yeah, we don't have flying lawnmowers, which is true. We also don't have a lot of flying helicopters going over our town at the moment either. So I think we've all been pretty obvious about it. The citizens of Double Oak are urging you, the mayor, the town council, to please look at what this SCP process is doing to our town. We are speaking loudly and clearly. We do not want the added health, safety, and property value risks that would come with a private helipad being instructed to our community. The full details of everything I emailed to every member of the town council, the P&Z committee, and the mayor on Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burns. Mr. Veal, is that correct? Thank you. Please approach, and you're up. And just a second, Richard Edwards of Whistling Duck?
They left.
They left. Thank you, Ms. Hilliard. Okay, so on deck will be Steve Westerfield of Oak Trail. Are you here? Okay, I'm going to take it that standing up is him. Mr. Veal, you're up.
My wife and I have lived in our town of Double Oak for over 30 years. It was way out in the country then. We loved the atmosphere and the few people that were there. Well, that didn't last long. DFW Airport was expanding. Those big airplanes began to fly over our area. They're noisy, and I understand they give off polluting gases. Developers soon began to build bunches of houses and apartments all around us. We began to notice the sounds of the city more and more. This meeting is about more sounds and air pollutants moving into one of our neighborhoods. One of our citizens is wanting to build a heliport for their family's recreational use. They are saying that the intended use poses no threat to the families living in Double Oak. Some citizens think it might. I believe the question asked is about the noise generated by the helicopter. We need to remember that noise and air pollution go hand in hand. All of us release harmful gases and particulates into the atmosphere when we use our vehicles. Our activities are largely generated by transportation, including cars, trains, airplanes, helicopters, construction, development, landscape maintenance, and industrial activities. All of these cause pollution which can affect health problems like respiratory issues, asthma and bronchitis, cardiovascular disease, stroke, cancer, and even premature death. Exposure to the particulate matter is linked to reduced lung function and respiratory infections. According to Citizens Climate Lobby, as many as 1 in 10 American deaths today are caused by air and noise pollution. Chronic exposure to noise, even at lower levels, is linked to increased stress, sleep disturbances, high blood pressure, and cardiovascular disease risk. Noise can also interfere with learning in children. Studies suggest that exposure to both air and noise pollution do have a negative impact on health. Now, I understand what is being said is that it's only one helicopter and it will be used sparingly. We are already surrounded and saturated by noise and air pollution that is dangerous to folks with health problems, especially the elder and vulnerable children. There are a number of airfields in our area that can be used. There are also a number of companies that would gladly handle any need to be transported to and from a heliport already in place.
Sir, your time is up.
I'm through. Thank you very much.
You must have practiced. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Veal, thank you very much. Mr. Westerfield, approach, but please hold. Okay. The next one, I'm just going to say the first name, Rama. Okay. On East Caruth. Okay. I apologize that I couldn't do it. I'm sorry, sir.
You're not the first, sir.
In my previous line of work, we would have called you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, S10, and you would have loved it. And everybody would have called you that. All right, so, Mr. Westerfield, you are up.
All righty. Hi, I'm Steve Westerfeld, 275 Oak Trail Drive. My wife Heidi and I moved here 35 years ago. We've been here a while. I've been actively involved in all kinds of aviation since I was 17 years old. I'm 77 right now. Everybody bragged about their time. I have 25,000 hours. Okay. I worked in the 80s for the largest civilian helicopter operator in the world, petroleum helicopters. My experience there taught me that helicopters are noisy, they're high maintenance, and without good and frequent training, they can be dangerous. The helicopter that landed here the other day is 23 years old, by the way. Okay? You know, most helicopter accidents occur where they land and take off. Do you want to bring that to Double Oak? Huh? Geez. The last thing I wanted when I moved to Double Oak was to have helicopters flying over my head. If you have one fly over your head sometimes, you'll understand what I mean. Mr. Scrivener's vision. It's pretty obvious with the hundreds of signs that went up instantly. That's not Double Oak's vision. Okay? We're not poor. If we needed a heliport, we'd have one. Hell, Flower Mound have 2 of them. Mr. Scrivener posted a vertical takeoff video, pretty impressive. I assume the intent was to show how quick the helicopter was going to come in and take off and leave in a minute and a half. What it shows is his complete lack of knowledge of safe helicopter operations. It was a perfect demonstration of flying inside dead man's curve. If an engine fails, you're going to crash. Another thing, he would have to load his family with the helicopter running to do it in a minute and a half. That's also unsafe. A real commercial operator would shut down, take the time to load his passengers, brief them before they take off. You know, helicopters are so noisy, you know what the first thing you do when you get in one? They give you a headset so you can talk to the guy next to you. You always hear a helicopter before you see it. Do you ever wonder why? The reason is they have special rules that allow them to fly below the normal 500 over uncontested and 1,000 feet over there. They have special rules that allow them to fly lower. It has to do with police and other reasons, and that's fine. But the problem is many of these operators misuse it terribly. You can get on and watch them. They'll be less than 500 feet above the ground all day long. It's crazy, you know?
Time, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming tonight. Mr. Rama, I counted the numbers wrong, S9, sir. How do you say it again, just so I?
Srimushnam.
Yes, sir.
It's just like it's spelled, I promise.
So my name is Rama Srimashnam.
Just a second, Ram, I'm not being disrespectful.
Fair enough.
Vanessa McDonough, is that the right way, Vanessa, to say your last name? McDonough? Okay. Are you coming up? Okay, I see you. So, Rama, Mr. Rama, if you'll please go.
My name is Rama Srimashnam. I live at 320 East Caruth Lane.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please show respect to this speaker.
Would he please get closer to the mic?
That's a fair question.
Fair enough. Any
Okay.
better?
Yeah. It's not natural, I get it. I have the same problem. Please
Oh,
go,
so
sir.
these tall people got a hard time with it. I've been in my house since 2007. My family has been in Double Oak since 1997. Once I graduated and moved out, I got back to Double Oak as quick as I could. The town was incorporated under the premise that it's a small slice of country, close enough to DFW to be useful and far enough away to avoid all the noise, all the light pollution and whatnot. And what I've seen over the last number of years is, not due to Double Oak, but the surrounding areas, we're losing our nighttime. Nights are darker, nights are brighter. The noise levels have been increasing. Traffic is encroaching. It's really kind of frustrating. What I've also witnessed since I've been here is that the P&Z and the town council have always carefully considered issues like this. I got worried when Crossroads Bible Church moved in down at Chin Chapel Road, only a couple of houses away from where my parents were living. But through the P&Z, the town council, and work with the church, that corner has actually been maintained and managed fairly well. What I'm urging the P&Z, and by further extension the council, to do is to continue keeping Double Oak what it is and offer careful consideration to the choices that are being made, just like you have for the last 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vanessa, and I apologize, I mispronounced your name, and it looks like Corey is also signed up to speak. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so Vanessa, you're a go. Corey, you're on deck.
Okay. Hi, my name is Vanessa McDonough, and I live at 511 Cross Timbers Drive, and I'm opposed to having a helipad in our community. Let me begin by reading our Double Oak Noise Ordinance. It's Section 8.103 of the Double Oak Code of Ordinances. It was adopted in 1980. It shall be unlawful for any person to make, continue, or cause to be made or continued any noise which either annoys, disturbs, injures, or endangers the comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety of persons of ordinary and reasonable sensibilities. This is the law, and it exists for a reason. Peace and quiet shouldn't be a luxury in Double Oak. It should be an expectation. It's part of what makes this town different and worth defending. Double Oak is not just a place, it's a community. It's where we wave to each other, we bring food to our neighbors, we feed each other's pets, and show up when a tree falls or a storm hits. It's a community made up of working families, veterans, teachers, first responders, and public servants. People who live here not just for the houses, but for the quality of life. I stand here not just for myself, but for the many residents, especially those who built this community, who moved here seeking a quiet, safe, family-friendly town, not one disrupted by commercial-level noise or helicopter traffic. My neighbors have lived here since the very beginning. They are the people who laid the foundation of Double Oak, both literally and figuratively. If anyone deserves to have their voices heard and their peace respected, it's them. I think we've already established that the medical transport justification for a helicopter landing is not valid. I have personal firsthand experience of what it's like to need a care flight, and I can tell you they can land anywhere. So you definitely don't need that. And I also want to mention that Baylor, Scott and White, and Grapevine is a trauma center, and it is 15 miles away, and ground transportation is the standard of care for anything that would be from here. So that's probably where you would end up going if someone needed to go. So there is no medical necessity for that. It's certainly not, for compromising the safety or the noise levels or quality of life. It would permanently change the character of our community. So I ask you to please consider not what is legal, but what is right and what is respectful and what aligns with the values of Double Oak. Let's preserve what makes this town special, the stillness, the safety, and the sense of community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and please vote no.
Thank you, Vanessa. Corey, you are up, but please hold. And Shannon Cantala, again, I'm sorry, 260 Simmons Road. Shannon, is that you standing up? Thank you. Corey, you're a go.
Corey McDonough, 511 Cross Timbers, Double Oak, Texas, 100% oppose. I think Flower Mound PZ said it best about setting a precedent. I can't imagine the legality issues that would arise not only today, but for years to come. This is the easiest vote for you all tonight, hands down. My background is I'm a Dallas firefighter. October will be 30 years. I've got a lot of experience in how this stuff works. Obviously, we're under contract with Flower Mound Fire Department with our EMS. That could change in the future, but regardless, they're the ones that are going to be on scene. Their EMS guys are the ones that run the show, not the mayor, not the fire chief. Those medics on scene will determine how the patient's transported, where they're transported, and they're in charge. What I don't like is how it's come out that this is kind of like a 1980s used car salesman where we're bait and switch. Hey, we're going to build this helipad and y'all can use it. Everyone's already established we're not going to use it. It doesn't work that way. They land in the middle of 407. They land in the middle of Simmons. They land in the middle of 2499. They'll land wherever. We're not going to have an incident at Waketon and Chin Chapel and then say, oh, well, our helipad's over there on Simmons. We've got to drive all the way over there. So the bait and switch is what's the most irritating part about all this. If you look at the information that Ken Frisbee submitted, it came off of our website, right in the middle, and they went over it today. In bold letters, it says comparable decibel levels cited by Purdue University study. Well, I literally put in a Google search for that, those exact words. And what comes up is this chart with those numbers that they put out. But if you scroll down to the bottom of it, in the fine print, it says modified, February of 2000, sources, Temple University. Federal Interagency Committee on Noise, August of 1992. Department of City Planning, City of LA, 1970. So all this stuff about lawnmowers and garbage disposals, vacuums, those are all necessary. We use those things every day. A siren on a fire engine is 120-something decibels. It's necessary. That's required. A helicopter is not necessary. All for the benefit of one person. You know, I watched.
Time, sir. Shannon, are you behind the mic? Thank you. Okay, Shannon, approach. Not yet. Susan Crawford, I believe, on 208 South Caruth. Susan, are you here? Yep. Okay, you're on deck. Shannon, please begin.
Hi, I live at 260 Simmons Road, which means I'm 2 doors down from the house on the property in question, and my backyard backs up to the property in question. Both of my kids are autistic. Specifically, my 9-year-old son is extremely sensitive to noise, and anything loud absolutely terrifies him. When we are out and about in public, we take steps to ensure he is protected from what terrifies him, mainly noise-canceling headphones intended for a gun range, because it would be very unreasonable of us to expect other people in public to not live their life as noisy as it may be. However, when we are at our home in a residential neighborhood, it is not unreasonable to expect a certain level of quiet. It is very unreasonable of our new neighbor to think the level of noise coming from a helicopter is acceptable in a residential neighborhood. The demonstration 2 days ago, the helicopter flew just outside of our backyard, circled around directly overhead our house, then landed, and then when it took off, it again went just outside of our backyard. And through the whole thing, my son had to wear his headphones because he was scared in his own home. So I just ask that you guys consider what is reasonable and vote accordingly.
Thank you. Susan? Okay, approach, stand by. Pamela Feldman, Oakview Drive, you're on deck. Okay, Susan, please begin.
Thank you all for listening to us tonight. We very much appreciate your dedication and volunteering for this very, very difficult position. I'm sure you didn't know it when you were volunteering. Many people have talked about the noise. My spouse was home on a Zoom call. Had to stop the call and pause because it was so loud. It was that loud. Many people have talked about decibels. I'm an engineer. Decibels are logarithmic scale. Okay? Logarithmic. A 10 decibel difference is twice as loud. Okay? That is not 80. I don't care who measured it. You had the auditory specialist with a PhD tell you what noise is, so I'm not going to repeat that. What I'm here to tell you is that what folks haven't mentioned yet, we've talked a lot about helicopters crashing, the damage it can do. How many of you know, on a yearly basis in the last 5 years, how many helicopter crashes there are reported by NTSB? Anybody know? It's 100. About 100 is the average. You had a gentleman relay all of those different stats, so I don't want to repeat that, but 100 in a year is not insignificant. This is flying over people's homes. We have an elevated storage tank that is literally in the flight path just about. It's right off to the side. We watched the helicopter come in. It doesn't come in and land down like that. It glides in. I've got the video. You all saw it, hopefully. So something happens, and this even hits a water tower. God forbid it doesn't hit a house, but it hits the water tower. We're out of water. We have one other tank. That's it, one other tank. I served on the Cross Timbers Water Supply District for 10 years and actually helped deal with getting the tank built over in Bartonville. That was a joy. So I've sat in meetings like this many late nights. These fine gentlemen over here, they're going to build whatever this man wants to build. I don't think they care whether or not a helistop is here or not. Your job is very easy. Approve all those other things with the caveats that you've noted tonight. No on the helistop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my
Just a
name
second.
is Pam
Just a
Feldman.
second, please.
Oh,
It looks like your husband is on deck, is that right, Marvin? Thank you. Okay, and okay, perfect. Pamela, please go. I apologize for interrupting you.
my husband and I have lived at 350 Oakview Drive since 1982. We moved here from North Dallas, where I was riding between Preston and Hillcrest Road and LBJ and Forest on the horses that we owned on our property there. Our first 4th of July here, our 6-year-old daughter then decorated her pony and rode in the 4th of July parade. And then afterwards, my husband and I led the pony around in circles on the picnic grounds on Simmons Road for children to ride to raise funds for our very appreciated Double Oak Volunteer Fire Department. Some of our most treasured memories were the relaxing rides we took with our neighbors, clip-clopping along the safe, quiet streets here in Double Oak on our way to the beautiful pastures of what has become Bridlewood. All of us riders referred to that area as our 1,000 acres. But about 250 Simmons Road, one of our neighborhood riding group was our dearly departed friend Mary Jo Meese, who with her husband Bob built their beautiful home and barn and later the second home and barn down by their pond on their magnificent property at 250 Simmons Road. We would ride together the quiet meadow, its forested trails, and fish in the serene pond while watching some of the multitude of double oak geese that would nest there on the little island he built for them. The large geese population in Double Oak would make Double Oak a very dangerous place in town for flying helicopters. Along with other neighbors, we also watched the occasional polo match that they held there on an early evening or two, and doubtful there were any complaints brought up to the town council over an occasional horse whinny. That was then a great town of lovely neighbors and dear friends throughout all that time until this happened. It is only because of a lack of imagination that you all, the current governors, that I'm now speaking to, have not protected us by having on the books an ordinance that no helipads are allowed to be constructed in any part of Double Oak, especially after you have heard the same situation which came up in South Lake and more recently attempted by this very person in question in Flower Mound. Both these requests for helipads in those cities were voted down. Ordinances have been written here for just about everything else you could think of over these many years to ensure our safety and standard of living. However, I understand after reading a post this morning that oh, there you go.
I'll let you fit. Yes. Marvin, Mr. Feldman.
My name is Marvin Feldman. I live at 350 Oakview Drive.
Just a second, Mr. Feldman. I apologize.
Okay.
Patty Guzik on 280 Timberleaf Drive. If I apologize. She did. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Hold on, sir. Janice Herring, 201 Simmons Road. Here. Thank you. If you will stand under the clock with the police officer. Okay. Sir, please continue.
Okay. Not to repeat what my wife said, but I do have a few comments that I'd like to add here too. Okay. For most of the people in Double Oak, Mr. Scribner's dream in reality is a nightmare. A nightmare too for the people with homes and businesses in Lantana, Copper Canyon, and surrounding the preschool, including the preschool, which is so extremely close to the proposed landing site across from Highway 407. We have the responsibility to be good neighbors to each other and to them as well, not just to one man and his family who have recently purchased property here. After the town of Flower Mound had turned them down for the helicopter pad. Now I wonder if any legitimate realtor would even show their clients Double Oak if our town is allowed this helipad to happen. We voted for you to protect our families and our properties and our property values in this dream of a town that we call our home. We didn't deserve the stress and the sleepless nights over this that you have caused so many of us to experience. And because of deficient zoning regulations to address the present possibility during your terms, this situation had to be reported to the news stations. To the reporting of it would hopefully help stop it from happening to our town, as it has also happened to Flower Mound, I'm told. I'm told that we had initial metal detectors installed here to our town hall to keep us safe in Double Oak
of all places, because the people are so incensed over this that this needs to end. You owe it to us all here to vote no. A protective ordinance needs to be put in place immediately and enforced so our town can enjoy the peace and safety and quiet life that it always has been, at least for my 44 years here. You can still regain your good names if you will only act responsible.
Time, sir.
To you and our community. The
Time.
majority of our
Time,
citizens
sir.
voted for you.
Please, sir. All the
Yes.
other citizens have abided by the clock.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Janice Herring, are you speaking?
James. Is my handwriting that bad?
I decline to answer that question about the
201
quality of your, because it
201
may
Simmons
incriminate
Road.
you.
Okay. You want to have the
All right.
backup?
So, Mr.
I paid
Herring,
attention.
Mr. Herring, stand by. Valerie and Scott Hunt from 350 Oak Trail Drive, are you here? Okay, if you will approach by the clock where the police officer is. Mr. Herring, please.
Very good. My name is James Herring. I'm at 201 Simmons Road. My wife, Marcy, and I moved here 10 years ago. I know this committee really appreciates facts in making decisions, so a little packet that I'm just going to kind of quickly hand out. You pass that to the left. You pass this to the right. It's a test. You can do it. But first and foremost, I just want to say we welcome Bill Scribner and his wife Ray, his children, his grandchildren to our fair town. But what we don't welcome is a helipad, all right? Now, I want to thank whoever arranged the demonstration that occurred, because quite frankly, you proved the fact that helicopters are loud and they are disruptive. In fact, this first sheet that I want to show you on my deck, and I know folks out here, this is the actual flight plan.
Please speak just to us, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
This is the actual flight plan. And you'll see the red line, it circles around Double Oak twice. In fact, you flew over the top of my house. You rattled my windows. My dogs freaked out. One of them went under the bed. We had to dig her out for 20 minutes, okay? It was a jarring experience. So the notion of a helicopter coming in, landing straight, and taking off is completely false, because this diagram was from Air Nav radar, which specifically shows the flight plan of that helicopter. The second point I want to make tonight is, when did the needs of the few, or the one, overshine the needs of the many? So on the second page of the document you'll see there, it's a Google Map driving directions, and guess what? It is literally 26 minutes to Perot Field from 250 Simmons, and a fixed-based airport location that caters to helicopters. If you go to the next page, gosh, it's 28 minutes to Denton Enterprise Airport. So if Mr. Scribner needs to have aviation services, it's less than 30 minutes for him to hop in his car. I mean, it's analogous. If I wanted to take a flight, I get in my car, I drive 30 minutes to DFW, but I am not asking for a 737 to land on Simmons Road so I can walk out my front yard and take a flight. Now, it's a bit of hyperbole, I totally agree, but the concept is exactly the same. We don't need to operate a vertical lift aircraft literally in the middle of neighborhoods, near houses, near my house. Finally.
Time, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Valerie and Scott Hunt, is that correct? Stand by. Mr. Donnelly is on deck. Okay? Mr. Hunt?
Good evening. Scott Hunt. I live at 350 Oak Trail Drive. My wife and I, Valerie, live there. She spoke earlier tonight. We're directly behind the property in question. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in the process, and thank you for hearing us and allowing us to provide our feedback. I imagine you're all wishing you had a do-over on your decision to volunteer, but remember, no good deed goes unpunished. So we wrote notes about all the things that we want to say, and I can't say it any more eloquently than has been said. In fact, I'm so impressed that I live in a city filled with such incredible, smart, articulate people. So I know we made the right decision when we moved here 15 years ago, when we found this little oasis. And we thought we were so amazingly lucky that we found this place, this quiet, peaceful town in the middle of the Metroplex that was still accessible to all the things that the big city had to offer. And our request is just to keep it that way. Again, I can't say it any better than it's already been said. I just ask for you to please, in fact, I beg for you to please deny this request.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly is up. Please stand by. Rebecca Haney. Is that the correct way to say it, of 121 Trailing Oaks Drive?
You're one of the few that's gotten it right.
Well, at least I got one name right tonight. I'm thankful. Okay? The odds had to be I would get one right. Mr. Donnelly, you are up, please.
All right, thank you. Again, Commission, thank you for having us here this evening. I've given each of you my and family's letter. It contains a lot of the information that's from the ordinance. Part of your job this evening is to consider the compatibility of this request in the land use. There's several factors. I know all of you are familiar with this ordinance. The town's had these ordinances for a while, and let's be very clear, in Double Oak zoning districts, this use is not allowed. That's the reason for the SUP request. So it is not an allowed use. Look at the outpouring of this community about this subject, the values that they have. And I know many of y'all, and y'all have those same values. And I know members of this town council, and they have those values. One of the things that was brought up a minute ago was the water tower. In your decision-making, you are allowed to consider all of the structures and the uses that are around the area, the proximity. One is that water tower. It supplies us water, Bartonville, Copper Canyon. There's a dual system. I'm not quite sure how it all intertwines, but you guys know that thing also supplies fire suppression. Your job is to protect this town, the safety, health, and good and welfare of it and its citizens. Gentlemen can make a request, SUP. You guys get to say yes or no on the compatibility of this request. I urge you to say no. Protect this town, protect yourselves, protect the citizens of this town. It's the demonstration Tuesday. Others have said it, and they're correct. One of my neighbors said it best. We don't always agree on everything. That demonstration demonstrated this is not a compatible use. Everybody should have had at least earplugs out there, right? This thing circled around. It did go near the water tower. But this thing proved to everybody this is not a compatible use. So, frankly, I was not too happy the demonstration was going to happen, but it happened, and it proved it's not a good use. Many of you were there. Some of the town council and the mayor were there. There's no way y'all can think this is a compatible use. Please say no and protect us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Haney. Did I say it right again?
You did. Twice.
Thank you. All right, just a second, Rebecca. James Binkley of East Caruth, 312 East Caruth. Yes, you are on deck if you'll stand next to the police officer. Okay, Rebecca, you're a go.
I actually have a theme for my speech today. I want to talk about visions and dreaming. I want to talk about zoning, and I want to talk about branding. We started today with the reminder about how the country came together originally. That was a dream. As time went on, many things happened. And I actually had not planned on mentioning that because I was going to start with Yellowstone and Yosemite in California in the national parks. Because when you have a vision and you see that there's a need, something like zoning is needed. And those parks were created when somebody changed the way land was used in order to protect national treasures. When Double Oak was established, rules for the zoning of the town were established as well. And as Donnelly just now stole my thunder, the use of the way that we're using these zoning is to protect us from this kind of a thing, and that's why they need to make a special request to do something differently. So from my perspective, we already had a dream, we already have a vision, it was established, and the people who've lived here, if you listen to them, I've lived here 18 years, most people have lived here longer than that, it seems. People are passionate about Double Oak, they're passionate about living in a bedroom community with a wonderful, strong sense of community. And we're proud to be Double Oak residents. You can hear that in every voice that has spoken this evening. All I want to say is from a branding perspective, if I were branding Double Oak, because I work in marketing, we always like to brand things, I would not want to have as my brand for Double Oak, home of the helipad. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. James, if you'll approach, stand by.
Yep.
Bob Brawley of 200 Simmons, you are next on deck. Is that you, sir, standing up? Yes. Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Binkley.
Hello, my name's James Binkley. I live at 312 East Caruth Lane in Double Oak. I want to thank you all for your service, and I'm coming here to obviously voice my objection to this. This is a horrible idea. I don't know if you've taken the time to listen to the town council and planning commissions in Flower Mound, and they were talking about all the professionals that spoke, that were there that even spoke, because they have a much bigger citizenry. Well, think of it this way. Would you want that helicopter landing in your backyard? How would you feel about it? Well, I'm unfortunately one of those neighbors that's really close to where this thing's going. And it sucks. It's going to hurt our property values. And if you don't believe me, call any realtor you want and they will tell you. Call professional appraisers and ask them what they say. Because I've called them and they've all said, I wouldn't want that property. And I wouldn't give you anything for it. Unless you're one of those people who loves a helicopter, maybe there's a few people that are going to be happy with this situation. And the other thing is, Mr. Scrivener says, I want to be a member of your community. Okay, great, we'd like to meet him. Wait a minute, he didn't go to the town council meetings or any of the meetings in Flower Mound. His people showed up, who he's paying, but he didn't think it was important enough, although we're all here thinking it's important enough, and yet he wants to be a good neighbor. How do you be a good neighbor when you want to attack and do something like this to the good residents of this town? When I came here, I wouldn't have bought if there was going to be a helicopter pad or a racetrack. If I would have come here and said I want to put a go-kart track in my backyard for my grandson, you'd think I was nuts. And I'd be nuts to ask you for that. So I'm really begging you, pleading with you, on behalf of the people here and all the citizens of Double Oak, that you tell them no. Because if Mr. Scrivener doesn't have the mental fortitude to show up to here to speak on his own behalf, then do we really need this? And do the needs of one person outweigh the needs of the many of this community? It's a selfish, horrible thing that this one person wants, and I don't know the man.
Time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brawley, Is that correct?
Yes.
Please approach, stand by. Shannon Santos of 3 Victory Lane, are you here? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
We good to go?
Let the chief go past you. Okay. Mr. Brawley, please go.
I'm Bob Brawley. My wife and I own Brawley Farms, which is just to the north of Bill Scribner's farm, or homestead. I've met Bill Scribner. He was actually a very nice man. And I really don't like people attacking other people. I think he's going to be a good neighbor. I hope he's going to be a good neighbor. We're going to find out, because he is my neighbor. This man right here, Ken, has probably been more my neighbor than Bill at the moment. I see him often enough. We travel a lot for horse shows. But a helipad is not compatible with horses. That's my problem. If you were a panel of professional horsemen, and I came to you and I said, is it a good idea to put a helipad next to a stable? What would they say? I think you all know the answer. Mine, if I was sitting on the board, would be no. I tried to keep an open mind about it. Ken and I talked a few times. He had what seemed like good points. I listened. He said that they were going to have a demonstration. I waited for that. The way it turned out, for me, it's not, it just is not, again, the best word for me is compatible. Outside, you know what the hardest thing about riding is? Because we ride horses, the ground. Who said that? Shannon, she rides.
Please address
Okay.
the commission.
Have you ridden a horse? Would you say the ground for me? All right.
I understand that.
Yeah. Outside horses react different than inside horses. We have lots of outside horses. Our inside horses are a little more flighty. We keep them inside because they're show horses. If we turn them out all the time, they look beat up like retired horses. Our outside horses are some retired, some brood mares. Our inside horses, we often ride with earplugs because they're noise sensitive. If a horse kicks a wall, if a pole hits the ground because we jump jumps, if another rider falls off, which it happens, it's always going to happen. People, you've all probably had horse experiences here. Either they're good or they're bad. There's very few in between. If we have a trail that goes around the property, around the lake, which sometimes I'll add that the lake has so many geese on it you could almost walk across their backs 2 different times of the year. If the helicopter circles, it may or may not affect the horses. Those horses are being ridden. Sometimes we ride in the front field. The worst thing about riding in the front field is if a loud not helicopter, if a motorcycle goes by,
Okay,
it can
Mr. Brawley,
spook a
your
horse.
time is up. I
Okay.
appreciate
Thank you.
being here today, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stand by. Shannon, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, stand by. Chris Bump of Plantation Lane, are you here? Chris Bump? Sir, if you will approach towards the clock. Mr. Town Administrator, are we having a, okay, that's fair. That's okay, I understand. Ms. Santos, did I say her name correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to
You're
meet you.
up.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Shannon Santos. I'm a resident at 3 Victory Lane, along with my husband and 4 young school-age children. As Bob also mentioned, I happen to own several high-value sport horses. I am an amateur equestrian, and so my husband and I, we are also local business owners here, and we strongly oppose the helipad landing area at this property because it is next door to Brawley Farms, where I board and train my horses. I also ride with my young 3.5-year-old daughter, which is one of the great joys of my life. However, helicopters do pose a very serious safety risk. Sudden, loud, low-frequency noises can, and in, you know, the wind that comes down from the blades of the aircraft can easily spook horses. As Bob mentioned, many times we do ride our horses with earplugs to drown out some of that noise. But it is something that we really have to pay attention to. There's been times where I've even been riding in that arena and a loud motorcycle from the, you know, from 407 will go by. Even people on bikes, right? They ride around there, can spook the horses. It's just, they're very sensitive animals. Anyway, as a business owner, I also am opposed to this on behalf of Bob, because I do believe that this will adversely impact his business. I do believe that other patrons of his farm will perceive a safety risk if this were to go in, and I object to that on behalf of that, considering Bob is a long-time business owner in this community. Beyond safety, I do believe that the noise pollution, while during the demonstration the other day, I didn't find it too objectionable. I do understand that it would be noisy and disrupt the peace and character of this residential area. And you know, the thing is, I was thinking, we don't even allow fireworks for 4th of July. Why are we gonna allow a helicopter in our area? So, you know, from that standpoint, I think that living in Double Oak is a very idyllic, beautiful setting. Many people want to continue to enjoy that, and so I would ask that the committee please reject this proposal based on its incompatibility and a very real and serious safety risk that it would present to the patrons of Brawley Farms. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bump, if you'll approach and please stand by. The next one is David, I'm sorry, 110 Royal Oaks Drive. How do you say your last name, sir?
I say Burdine.
Yes, sir, you do. Okay, so Mr. Bump?
Sir, yeah.
Please proceed.
All right, my name is Chris Bump. I live at 6014 Plantation Lane. I'm obviously here to oppose this. I would say that I have been highly frustrated in this meeting by what I believe to be a number of very cynical approaches. I know Bill and Ray. My daughter was friends with her daughter, played soccer together, but the zoning, the attempts at ag, and the notion that this is going to be of benefit to us for emergency purposes are just the height of cynicism. I'm a West Point graduate, combat veteran, and I say that only because I have flown in helicopters many, many times. And I can assure you that even an ex-military pilot is never going to try and land a helicopter from 500 feet straight down. It just doesn't happen, right? Every helicopter ride I've ever been on, it was an approach to the area. Now, the worst part about it is we're being asked to live on the notion of promises. And once this is approved as it is approved, those promises mean nothing. I lost 3 classmates and a very close friend in a Chinook crash. And I promise you, when they got on that helicopter, they were convinced it was a very safe ride. Right? You just don't know. It doesn't matter how well it's maintained, you just don't know. We are asking this town to take a number of risks for the convenience and hubris of one man. And it's just patently unreasonable. The last thing I would say to each of you, right, is that to approve this, we're making a gamble, right? We're gambling that this decision will not affect the quality of life. We're gambling that it will not affect or terrify animals or pets, right, or the exotics who live at the end of Shiloh. We're gambling it won't affect property values. We're gambling that there will never be a malfunction, that there will never be an unintentional crash. And we're gambling all of that for this one person's convenience. So I'd ask, right, who among you is willing to take accountability? If any of these things happen, who among you will say, well, I thought it was a good idea at the time? Or will it be something that was approved and then you wash your hands? So I'm opposed. I really, really hope you'll say no. There's no good reason Flower Mound doesn't need this. It's unnecessary. And regardless of what the gentleman earlier said, there is risk, and for no reason. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bump. David, you're up. David, approach and stand by. All right. I'm going to go with the address first, and I really apologize because I'm having trouble with this. 290 Timberleaf Drive, Schulte, last name Schulte, is that close? Okay. And is your first name Maryland? All right, if you'll approach and stand under the clock with the police officer. David, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's David Burdine. I live at 110 Royal Oaks Drive. I hate that we're here tonight having this discussion. I hate that it's taken everybody's time. I hate all the passion that has been driven up. We've got magnometers. We've got people in here. There was a fella kind of raising his voice and yelling at the crowd, trying to call people out. I don't like what this is doing to our town. This was an oasis. Let's go back to having a nice, quiet, sleepy little town where neighbors care about one another. Neighbors treat each other okay. I am really opposed to this. I think it's a very bad idea. It's not going to help anyone's property values, not even the man who's putting it in. So I'd urge you to deny this, ask the council to deny it, and if we need to, let's keep it from ever coming up again. There are 4 other towns that you said we hope we're as well behaved as they are, or at least as smart as they are, or something along that line. I get it wrong. But why don't we add Double Oak to the list of towns that said no to a heliport? Thank you and good night.
Thank you, David. And audience, you have been terrific tonight, and you have, and I want to thank you for that as we continue to work our way through this. Mr. Dunn, I'm sorry, it's Maryland first, and then you go ahead and approach, but wait, and I'm looking for Mr. William Dunaway on Oak Trail Drive. Are you here, sir? Oh, you have. All right. Claudia Pullman on Forest Lane, are you here? Chief, will you check out there in the meantime?
Nobody else outside speaking. Everybody outside said they're just listening in.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so I'm going to give I'm going to go going once, going twice. Claudia Pullman, Forest Lane. Not heard. Harvey Cooper of Forest Lane is on deck. Are you here, sir? Going once, going twice, not. Mary, I'm sorry, you live on 211 Cross Timbers.
Kimberly, she had to leave, there was a family emergency.
I'm sorry to hear that. Brad is with her, I can recognize. Melissa Olivius, is that the correct way? Ma'am, if you'll approach towards the clock with the chief. Marilyn, thank you. Nice to meet you.
You too. Hi, my name is Marilyn Quinn Scholl. I'm at 290 Timberleaf Drive. I don't know if you know where that is, but that's at Simmons and Timberleaf Drive, better known as the Water Tower House or the House with the Deer. So you understand I live right across the street from Brawley Farms and right catty corner to the new project. When I moved here 25 years ago, it was the first house on that street of the new part of Double Oak. And I just missed the mess of the water tower controversy. So shortly after that, the next thing I know, they're fracking across the street from me. And I'm thinking, now what do I have to deal with when my house ever have any kind of value, or will it be blown up? So that went away, and thank goodness Brawley Farms got there. So who would have thought, 25 years later, I'd be dealing with another issue like this helipad. And I have a personal story concerning a helicopter. My daughter was on a trail ride. She was 13, and she was on trail horses, about 8 horses. And all of a sudden, a helicopter came around and landed a couple hundred feet from where the horses were on a trail. And they revved up. They threw my daughter and another rider into a tree. Her occipital bone, the thing that protects your eye, was broken. Her front tooth was deadened, and her arm was broken. Not a good reminiscence of helicopters. So, we live in a community with horses. That was one of the notable things of Double Oak. And why would we think that they wouldn't be, overwhelmed with these noises, as has been mentioned by other people? Another thing that was mentioned tonight was it being an uncontrolled spot, transportation spot, landing spot. I had my private pilot's license years ago, and I got lost, like every new pilot does, and I came to an uncontrolled airport. And I had to circle around and around and around before I could land, because they had lighter than air or lighter than flight right away aircraft. And I know that I wasn't here for the demonstration, but I saw the video right after, and it went around my house. And I also have the water tower in my backyard, which is another typical concern. So these are the things I'm bringing up that's a little different, but I am completely
Time, please.
in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a second. And you are Melissa, sorry?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to keep track. It's a little late here. Joe Russ Marin, and I'm sure I said that wrong, 311 Simmons Road. Joe, going once, going twice. Stand by, Melissa. Bree Hancock of 220 Shady Lane, are you here? Okay, if you will approach and stand next to the police chief. Melissa, please proceed. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. My name is Melissa Olivas. I live at 101 Valley View Trail. Been here about 5 years. Thank you all for listening to all of us speak. This is way past my bedtime. I have 2 young kids at home and an infusion early tomorrow, but I chose to stay here even though it's late and it's hot outside. But I am strongly against this helipad. We found Double Oak by accident and instantly fell in love with the peace and quiet, the spacious lots, the luscious trees, the wildlife, and the community. We were truly blessed to have such a great community who watches out for each other. And as you can see by the number of people that are here, we're strongly against this helipad. This would destroy the things that give Double Oak its charm and appeal, bragging rights, and makes us stand out from other towns in the DFW Metroplex. Our comfort will suffer, our wildlife will suffer, safety is an issue, property values could suffer. I go on walks almost every day, sit outside on my porch swing, we eat outside in our backyard at least once a week. We just love the peace and quiet and the birds that fly by and our neighbors that like check in on us during the Ice-Mageddon, and we love Double Oak immensely. So I please ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Bree? Correct, Bree? Stand by. Dwayne Steele, is that correct? Dwayne, with 210 Cross Timbers Drive. Dwayne, going once, going twice. Okay. Stephen Leone, with 316 East Caruth. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you'll just stand there with the chief, please. Please, Bree, Nice to meet you. Please go.
Thank you. Bree Hancock, 220 Shady Hill Lane. I also am a newer-ish resident to Double Oak. I'm born and raised in DFW, grew up in Carrollton, and my husband's also a local DFW resident his whole life. And we lucked into finding Double Oak. We love this community. As soon as we found out about it, we tried to get here as fast as we could, and for the same reasons that most of my neighbors did. It's a one-of-a-kind little hidden gem, to be honest with you. I mean, I went to Hebron High School, I played against Marcus, and still never knew that this existed until a few years ago. I mean, this really is a gem. And it's a dream for my husband and I to feel like we're living in the country, yet we're 15 minutes from the airport for our jobs. So this place really is special, and as everyone has said, this is just not compatible for what this town was meant to be. I was part of a group that has collected signatures and gone around, and I'm sure it was shared with you guys on the Planning and Zoning Committee, but we did collect over 90% of signatures from properties within 200 feet of the proposed helipad. So not only, I'm sure, all of the citizen comments here tonight, but especially within the neighboring properties, it's loud and clear that people don't want this helipad here. I will say that I think that we should welcome our new neighbors. I think Mr. Brawley said it best. Everyone loves Double Oak, and I think everyone wants to be here deep down. But at the end of the day, a helipad is just not compatible with this community. I was actually home for the demonstration. My husband and I both worked from home. I was inside my house, actually forgot the time that it was happening. And I'm 5 streets removed south of the property. So I'm sure it was the helicopter flying directly over our house. I did hear it inside, pretty loud at that. So it's not just a concern about, yes, safety where it's landing, that's obviously gonna be loud, but as some of the pilots and experienced helicopter pilots have said, there's a path to get here, and you're gonna be flying directly over citizens, and I just don't think that that's safe. So thank you for your time. Strongly oppose.
Thank you. Stephen, if you'll approach and stand by. Ellie Donnells on, is that correct? 333 or 533 Kings Road? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Okay. Mr. Leon, you're up.
Stephen Leon, 316 East Carews, and thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
You've been very balanced all night long, and I respect you for that.
You're very kind.
I have four quick points. I live right in back of, I face the Bradley farm, and I don't know a lot about horses, but, you know, Mr. Bradley said I can feed him a carrot every now and again. I'm just astounded at how sensitive horses are. And I can't even imagine. I thought his beautiful horses were outside. Apparently, the expensive ones are inside. That's pretty fantastic. But I wonder what they're going to react to, because I can't even get within 4 feet of them, and they just sense me on a different level. Second point is all the geese and the duck. The gentleman said it's like a 500-foot approach. I'm not sure how high geese fly. Like Mr. Bradley said, there are so many geese there at night, during the day. In the morning, there's a flight path. I don't know what the route is, but it's very robust. And the ducks fly a lot higher. What does that look like? I don't know. Second point is, and this is on behalf of a couple of private friends that I have that are Vietnam veterans. And they said, hey man, you know what? That helicopter sound brings back a lot of memories for them. And I worked with one really closely, and that really throws him. And I don't know if there's any veterans in Double Oak. I suspect that there are. Is that something that maybe they came to Double Oak, they have this peace and serenity, and now you have to process this noise of a chopper? I don't think that's a positive. I think that can potentially really throw you into a space where you can start thinking about a lot of other things. Third point is, you know, I think this guy's a player, the applicant. I'm sure he's a nice guy. But I would think that the frequency is going to be a lot more than he says it is. Because if he can go to a game, he maybe go to a ranch, maybe go out hunting, all kinds of things you can do with a helicopter, get there fast, come back. I would suspect that he's going to fly it a lot more than we think he's going to do. And the last thing I would say is just mentally dealing with a proposed person that is really potentially has some narcissistic value here, in that we're going to have to deal with that, and we're dealing with it now. If it gets approved, I think that intensity of processing this pressure is going to be really, really greatly enhanced. I hope you vote no. Our communities here work together. I think you know how we all feel. We would appreciate you following us and keep our community really tight, really united. Thank you.
Time, thank you, sir. Ellie? Donalds, is that the right way?
Yes.
Oh, I got 2 right tonight.
Thank you for letting us all speak here. I'm just a teenager. I've been living here about 14, 15 years. I'm still in high school. I went to Downing Middle School. I go to Marcus right now. And I came here because I live on Kings Road. I've lived here all my life, and I have been in the parade since I could throw candy out of my dad's truck. I've been deeply ingrained in this community, and one thing that I love about this community is that we don't ask people to change. We accept them for who they are. And I find it unfair that this man is asking us to change who Double Oak is for him, benefiting only himself and ultimately just causing harm to our town and to the people in it. And I say this as somebody who's got a pond that my backyard goes right up to. I've got ducks that I have watched their family grow for as long as I've been here. It is fundamentally changing our community to put this helistop in, and it is negatively affecting our community. So please say no.
Thank you. We are done, ladies and gentlemen. Let me look at my cell phone. I'm sorry, sir. Oh, Mr. Frisbee wanted to talk.
Wait, sir.
Sir.
Sir, you overlooked me?
I'm sorry?
Have you overlooked me?
I went through my roster, so please tell me who you are, because...
The one you moved from the public comments earlier.
Okay, you're right. You're up.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. And you, sir?
Yeah, Bill Scholl.
Okay. Thank you for keeping me honest, and I appreciate that. So you, sir, and then you, sir, are on deck. Okay, did I miss anybody else? And then Mr. Frisbee will get the last, and then we will go into deliberations, okay? You, sir, you are up.
I'm Tim Wisnat, 2300 Olympia, Flower Mound, Texas. I've done a lot of work with Town Hall over in Flower Mound. Y'all do things a little different, and that's okay. But when they came to Flower Mound, the location that they were talking about then was less residential than the one they've moved to. So this is more dense than what they started with. The way that started, my understanding over in Flower Mound, was there were noise complaints, and the town investigated, and then they proceeded to try to get this SUP. The noise complaints, some of them were 4 miles away. Now the navigator guy that's here, he did some kind of a study, and he talked about that, and I find him pretty straightforward. The others that are with this crew, I have never seen in my time dealing with town council and things, I've never seen anybody more tone deaf than this individual. That he's got all these people all worked up, and he's not even here to talk or present himself. I have seen some of your citizens who are very upset that their major investment in their life, the biggest decision they've made are their houses that they owned in Double Oak, and now they're worried about it. And I hope you will put their minds at ease and vote this down. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And you, sir, are, just so that Ms.
Bill Scholl.
Okay, thank you.
90 Timberleaf Drive.
Nice to meet you.
And along with my wife, we have a view of everything out of the front door, and we have the water tower in our backyard. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I've been battling PTSD for about 57 years. And started when I was in Vietnam, and was triggered by an incident involving a helicopter. I was on my post guarding a helipad in Phuket, Vietnam. It was late afternoon, and an officer walked past me, walked out to where the helicopter was sitting, fired it up, and 3 to 4 minutes went by, and all of a sudden 4 guys appeared. 2 had their hands bound behind them, and the other 2 were bringing him to the helicopter and putting him on board. Then the helicopter elevated about 250 feet, hovering for quite a while, and then it elevated again about another 50 feet, hovered for just a few seconds, and 1 prisoner was thrown to the ground. Then they lowered the helicopter, dragged the 1 prisoner away, and about 30 seconds later I heard a single gunshot. So that's, with this whole helicopter thing, I think that would trigger my PTSD from time to time. I can't stand the sight of helicopters or the noise they make for the last 50+ years. You know, this is a small community, it's a great community, has great people. The last thing it needs is a helicopter pad, no matter how many times it's used in a year. You guys are doing a great job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Frisbee, you have 3 minutes, and then this town's public hearing will be over.
My name's Ken Frisbee. I'm the owner of Frisbee Enterprises. I live at 6775 Florence Road in Justin, Texas. I've had no say about all this gossip that's been spread around the town about the administration, myself, my client, and I felt compelled to take this opportunity to express my feelings. With that said, I ask that we pull all of our feelings away and our emotions and our stories and our what ifs and what ifs and move forward with the task at hand. Frisbee Enterprises is a company founded on Christian values. We do our best to follow God's commandments of how to operate our business, treat others, and above all, conduct ourselves in a way that's pleasing to the Lord. I'm a bit appalled at the way that people have talked about Bill Scribner with not even know.
Just a second. Please show even the last speaker the same respect that you have shown the others. Please, no talking in the audience. You may continue, sir.
With respect, I kind of refer to the 10 Commandments of doing to others that you would have them doing to you. It is my hope and prayer that all of the individuals that spoke today, scrutinizing the elected officials or volunteer officials and employees of Double Oak, myself, my business, my client, would take a moment and ask themselves, is this how I'd want to be treated as a new neighbor to Double Oak? They talk about all of the people. And I did my research on this. There's 158 signs in yards. When those signs first started going up, they broke ordinances from DOT and went against what the town of Double Oak asked them to not put them in public right-of-ways. So they didn't care about the ordinance, but now they do about something else that they don't want, because they don't want this. The total population of Double Oak, based off my census looking on the computer, is 3,060 people. The signs represent 5.3% of the population, 14.3% of the total houses in the town. Of those signs, 28 were located homes within 0.5 miles of the proposed location, which transfers to 9% of the population. So there's 2,902 people that aren't here. Yes, there's 158 that are screaming at stories and all of the innuendos of what ifs. But there's 2,902 of the people in Double Oak that are not here. So I'm just asking that the council put aside all of the emotions. I get it. I understand. We don't want to hurt anybody. Bill's not a narcissist, as one person described him. He doesn't, and admitted he didn't even know him. We're landing an aircraft.
I'm going off of the official clock in the back. Stand by. All right, you started late, then time is up, sir. I appreciate it. Okay? With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:26 in the PM, and this public hearing has come to a close. So the next step is for the commission, again, like the other two applications. First, you have a proper application, was proper notice given publicly of this particular action, like the others, and the public notice, and we have all of those things, and again, none of the commission members have property within 200 feet or filed a letter of recusal or ethics. We have listened to the citizens' comments, and now your job as commission members is to weigh the applicant's request versus the impact to surrounding neighbors in the community. And that is your judgment to do. Okay, with that, did I classify that, Carrie? Did I do that okay, Mr. Berman? Thumbs up. With that, I open it to the commission for discussion. Okay?
Can I go ahead?
Yes, Mr. Mellon.
When I listened to the lady with the autistic kids, that did it for me. I don't think we need to continue to discuss this. I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the town council to disapprove the SUP.
Okay.
It's a little premature, but there's a motion. Is anybody going to second that? All right.
And that's-
Okay, I've got 20 pages of this shit.
But please, I've asked, please, no vulgarity, I ask that of the commission as well, please, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, you've done a terrific job, and I appreciate it very much. We have a motion, but we do not have a second, therefore continue the discussion.
I have a question. Tyler, are you you're the aviation guy?
I'm not, this is aviation.
Your name?
Abe Lawrence.
Okay, we had the demonstration the other day, and I appreciate y'all getting that set up.
Yes, sir.
What type of special approval permitting did you have to go through to land a helicopter on the property?
Nothing.
None?
No, we fly a commercial operation, so we do 135 flights
Right.
versus Part 91. So our pilots have more time in the aircraft. The insurance is different.
You tilt the microphone up, thank you.
Sorry, is that better? Okay. Yeah, we require more flight time for the pilots. We require a specific type of aircraft. We require only VFR flight rules for the helicopter side. The jet side, it can be either way, but we're maintaining our distance from clouds, obstructions. Our minimum flight altitude at any given time is 500 feet until we make an approach to land. So in this case, we were at 500 feet until we got over the property owner's land to make approach into the designated spot that we had for that day. But
And you were flying under Class B, so you were probably...
We were under a
VFR.
shelf, so we were in unrestricted airspace,
Right.
but it was under the shelf because we were far enough away from the DFW airport.
Okay, did you have to get, other than the landowner's permission, obviously, did you have to get any other permission?
No.
Did you get it from the town? Did you coordinate any type of approval or permission with the town?
As a courtesy, we agreed to do the demonstration, and as a courtesy, we notify the police department.
Okay.
So they aren't alerted.
Okay, so I guess the point I'm trying to get at is you could have landed on that property without really talking to anybody, other than the landowner saying, yeah, I want you to come pick me up or come get me.
Correct, per federal regulations, state regulations, and county regulations.
Okay, and that would be typical unless
100%.
There's some ordinances counter to that.
Yeah, and I think that could be part of the miscommunication here tonight is the SUP. I don't know the legality of how it would apply to this, given the state and federal regulations and for what we're allowed to land and the space that we're allowed to land in. So I understand the general language of what the SUP will support and the noise ordinances and things of that such is very vague. So I'm not sure how it applies to even have a vote on an SUP, because you're right, there's no civil or criminal penalty for landing on that property at any given time. So it's pilot discretion every time that they come in, whether it's a environmental thing, weather, whether it's somebody maybe be fracking next door and they have a towering crane that could stop us from coming in. Those are all things that are done in those moments by the pilot in command to dictate whether it is a safe approach or departure out of the property.
And you kind of summed up, you really summed it up, and I appreciate that. If we vote either way for a special use permit for a heliport, that really, as he just referenced, that's kind of immaterial.
If I may.
Because the FAA does not control the ground; they control the air, and they're following all their flight rules, all the regulations. But unless there's a restriction on landing in a particular area, the pilots are basically have that right to land. Obviously, as long as they have landowners' permission. Now, they have what's called there's a PPR, is that the right term? Or prior permission required?
Yeah, so that would apply for if they're, like, let's say the President of the United States came up here to this area, we would have a TFR, temporary flight restriction, or a priority, the PPR.
Well, that's limited, that's restriction. I'm talking about prior permission required, which would be typical of any privately owned and operated heliport. This would not be civil, it would not be open to any other helicopter use.
Okay, so we're not operating a 119 or a 139 operation, so it's not for commercial use, private use only. We can't conduct business out of the property with a helicopter under the flight rules that we're flying under. The helicopter itself is operating under a commercial flight rule under Part 135 of the FAR, but we are not, we cannot, sling Amazon packages out of this property to fly to another town. This is strictly for private use for the.
Well, and you would fly at the direction of your customer, your passenger.
Yeah, so
when, where, when, who, what.
Correct.
All right.
Under.
Just a second, the chair, I'd like to pull it back. Mr. Berman.
Yes?
Our zoning regulations define the rights for the owner for each particular zone, correct?
Yeah, our zoning regulations establish uses by right.
Okay? And so, for example, a particular zone authorizes the owner to build a house, for example, provided it meets the town ordinances, for example. And you see what I'm saying? And I understand his question, is landing a helicopter an inherent right for a piece of property per our current zoning ordinances?
Hard to answer the question. If something happened at one time, it's hard to say that that is a use that the property is being put to. If something happened on a regular basis, then the property is being used for that use. If someone were to land a helicopter in their backyard one day, that doesn't make their backyard a heliport. If they intended to use the property on a regular basis for that purpose, that's a use that has to be authorized by zoning regulations or by some other type of municipal approval.
In the same line of discussion, though, unless something's specifically not allowed, you'd have a hard time arguing that they're breaking an ordinance if there's no reference. I mean, it'd be-
So I can provide some clarity if you'd like.
Please.
So typically when you, like, there's a heliport and there's a helipad, right? So that you can have a commercial operation on something that would be somewhat of a semi-permanent or permanent structure, maybe have lights, may have remote controlled lights for turning them on in the helicopter. You can designate that pad for commercial use. Obviously, planning and zoning would say that that property would be acceptable to use it for that. But from a private side, from a private property for private use, that individual can use that property as he wishes with the helicopter. If he wants to protect the approach into his property, which he's got 15 acres, which is plenty of room to do a spiral approach. It could be several different types of approaches that would come in. But if he wanted to protect his property and the helipad that he would want to designate as a landing zone, he could get with the FAA and he can say, I want to designate this as a landing pad to protect the approach end. So maybe it protects him from getting high tension power lines ran a mile down to where, you know, it might encroach in his approach to the property. In this particular case, the minimum flight altitude is 500 feet for helicopter and stay clear of buildings and structures and things like that. But at the end of the day, the actual approach where he comes below 500 feet could all be under his, over his property. And that's what we demonstrated on Tuesday. Everything was, the approach itself was over his property. Everything else was above 500 feet moving out. 500 feet or greater, just depending on what part of the departure. But
when they came in, when the aircraft came in from the southwest, they made a clearing circle around the property. And I understand that's to check, that's normal operation, checking for obstructions, anything that would be unsafe that the pilot would recognize as being unsafe. Is that the purpose of that circling
yeah,
maneuver?
so if it's a first time landing on any property, we would typically do a circle, just like air medical helicopters. We actually fly under the same flight rules as air medical helicopters. So yeah, if the police want to clear an intersection, we'll land in the middle of the intersection. That's fine. We can do the exact same thing. We're trained to do those things. So yes, we would circle to see if any obstructions are there, to see if anything that could, be a hazard by being blown up, like a tarp or something of that nature. But yeah, that's what we're looking for.
But that would
approach.
Typically be normal operation.
Yes, it's pretty normal, and very seldom would you not see that. It's the only times you would not see that is if like there was an obstruction on one side of the property or the other. But it would also be with the same pilot that is flying in there and knows that approach. There's always an opportunity for it to be a different pilot, but it's been the same pilot for 6 years, 7 years.
And since it's private property, this would be considered a non-published or non-approved approach.
Yeah, this would not be, but the only exception is the property owner has opened it up for the air ambulance use if they chose to do that. But no, it's private property.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Counselor, I want to go back to my question again. okay? And I'm looking at one of your letters. So this particular example, it says the allowable uses within an Ag 2 district include farming, ranching, residential use, parks, playgrounds, community buildings, churches, etc. So if somebody wants to do those things on an Ag 2, they are free to do it. They don't have to ask the town's permission because it is already an acceptable
Use by right.
use by right, okay? Hold on to that, okay? Such other uses may be permitted with a special use permit, which is why we are here, correct?
Yes.
So the Helipad is not an inherent right with an Ag 2 property, correct?
No. Right, correct.
Okay? Regardless whether the applicant wants to land it on a regular basis or not, the piece of property as zoned does not have an inherent right to a Helipad without
An SUP.
Without an SUP. That was paused for dramatic effect.
So just to clarify, it's the spot designated for the helicopter is not on Ag 2 property.
I'm
It's
using
on-
this as an example.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay? I'm just pick any of the pieces of the property, none of them, ranch estate, single family, or Ag 2, none of them by right have permission for a helistop, correct?
There is no provision in any of our zoning districts that would authorize property to be used for any type of aviation purpose. Whether it's a helipad or an airport or an air park, none of our regulations authorize it in any district.
So, in order for it to happen, even if the owner says, I would just want to do it one time, it is not inherent in that zoning, and hence why the applicant is here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, does that help?
My point is, we're putting the cart before the horse. And what I mean is, to cover the bases for ultimately what is best for the town, is to create an ordinance specific to this particular issue. But not just this issue. I think one of the things that came out of the discussion is a wealth of perspectives that I hadn't even thought about. You know, we're on the borderline of air taxis, drones that will come pick you up. You know, we don't have anything, obviously, you know, this has never been an issue, but it's just around the corner. So my proposal would be to not basically mandate or put back to the town council that they need to back off of this special use permit. In other words, not approve it, because once we approve the special use permit, if we were to do that, that would set a precedence, at least for this particular for the town of Dublin. If we push it back, if we don't approve and push it back to the town and say, you need to create an ordinance that covers not only this issue, but a broader area that would cover other possibilities that we hadn't even discussed.
So I want to go back to the precedent because it was mentioned a little loud. Precedent was mentioned several times in the council meeting as well as here. If the town council approved an SUP for this property, Mr. Berman, that does not create a precedence because the SUP is to balance the use against the damage to the surrounding people. So if somebody came in and said, I have a 2-acre lot and I want to land a helicopter in there, that would be different than a 15. It would not automatically have precedent. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Berman?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so if we were to do this, it would not set precedent because each individual property lacks the inherent right for this, and therefore each would have to come in front of the commission and the town council to get an SUP for that. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Berman?
Yes.
Thank you.
So what would be the penalty if somebody, you know, we had an aircraft landed on the property the other day. They did not have a special use permit. So is there a penalty, or would there be a penalty if any other landowner who did not have a special use permit did do a one-off, not a everyday thing, but a one-off occasional helicopter landing procedure on their property?
If a helicopter landed in your backyard, it would not be a zoning violation. If you were using your property for helicopter landing purposes, that would be a zoning violation.
That would be a regular use. But an occasional use, could argue that that does not that would not be qualified as a use per se.
Yeah, you're getting too into detailed facts.
Exactly.
That don't exist, or just all hypotheticals.
Whereas
So-
if there was that ordinance in place, that ordinance would cover all the bases, whereas a special use permit only covers one property.
Understand, the issue before the commission this evening is the application for a special use permit filed by this applicant. That's what you're here to address.
And just to clarify too, just because you put in a request to land a helicopter per zoning and planning commission rules or whatever it falls under for your district, doesn't mean the property is actually qualified by the FAA to land a helicopter on the property. We've done our work to ensure that this property meets the requirements to land such helicopter at this property for the type of use that we are using it for. So it's important to note that just because someone else would come and say we want to land a helicopter, it doesn't mean that their property is acceptable to landing a helicopter, regardless of acreage or whatever.
Okay.
Along that same line.
All right. If it's going to help us, which is the issue at hand, which is this particular property and whether it is an appropriate use compared to the impact to the surrounding property. I'd like to limit it to that, okay? If we want to make a recommendation to the council that there needs to be a larger ordinance, I believe that's a different topic for a different day. Would that be fair, Mr. Berman?
So specifically about the property that we're talking about, we are above minimum altitude over
Right.
any other property.
Just, hold on. I'm looking for this group.
Okay.
I have a motion and I have an ask for discussion, and that's where we are. So, you have a question? Okay.
I actually have a question for Brawley Farms, since he runs a business right next door to the property. And it seems that the Brawley Farms, the horses are worth a lot of money, and I know that it is your business and livelihood, and I was kind of curious because you did talk about how that the helicopters could and would potentially cause issues for your horses, for the riders and stuff like that. I was kind of wondering if you can, or if you have any dollar figures as far as if a horse got hurt, what is their worth? If you start losing business, what type of impact that might make on you, what kind of taxes you pay to the town, which then in turn would be less if you start losing business, or if a horse gets hurt, stuff like that.
You would like an answer?
I would, please.
Mr. Brawley, if you would please come up, because the commissioner has asked you a question.
Well, several, sorry, but if you could give us, if you don't mind, any details that financial.
I can give you financials.
Okay.
In a roundabout manner, but I think that, you were asking me if horses get hurt. I think the biggest concern is people.
Okay.
Because we have riders and we have handlers. So just because a horse gets hurt doesn't mean a rider's going to get hurt, or a handler.
Okay.
If a horse gets hurt, that's a concern. It's just like if your dog got hurt, people are concerned. If a person gets hurt, that's giant. It depends on how much. I'll tell you all that I had one customer die. Not from a helicopter. But riding accidents can be serious. And I know people that are crippled and in wheelchairs. It's kind of like race car drivers. You're riding something that is 1,000 pounds or more. My biggest horse is probably 1,500 pounds. And I jump huge jumps on those horses. International height and courses. I'm about at the end of that career, but I do it. And I've had horses fall down on landing. I've had horses flip over. This shoulder is taped. None of that's from a helicopter, but it can be footing. It can be anything. And the way the helicopter came crossed our property, it crossed on the west side where we have paddocks, small paddocks. That's where the show horses go out. And they're kept in small paddocks individually for a reason, so they're not in a herd and they don't get hurt. But the way that helicopter came in, it's a high probability that if we're leading horses in, and sometimes we lead them in generally one at a time, but if we know they're quiet horses, we lead them in two at a time because it's quicker. We never leave a horse out there by himself. We always will bring the last two in together. Usually two guys will bring them in, two people will. If you're handling two horses and that helicopter flew over, I don't know. Horses don't like things overhead. They don't. Even if you ride in an arena with chairs up above, like a rodeo style, they spook easily. Horses are a spooky animal. They're unpredictable. Ours are well trained, so is everybody that has horses of the quality that we have in our stable. But things can happen. And all it takes is one time. And the lady that I referred to, that was 35 years ago, it seemed like the simplest, stupidest thing. And she's not here.
Okay, I need to bring you to a close, sir.
Okay, so the horses are worth, probably on the average, the horses that are in the stable are probably $100,000 each. And there's 30 of them.
Okay.
Oh, that's my other
Okay.
number, perfect.
What other questions do the commissioners have? Yes.
For him? Or
For
the
me?
other guys?
I'm sorry?
We're good?
You have a question, Dr. Goodman?
Yes, the gentleman that spoke about the different dB levels, the dB levels that were measured on Tuesday, was that helicopter that was doing that test run, was that an Airbus H-125?
It was, yes.
Okay. Commission, what other questions do you have? Okay, the commission have a motion on the table without a second.
I second it.
Okay?
What was the motion?
I
made it.
Oh, I thought
Okay.
they tabled it.
I know. Mr. Melhoff, would you please restate for me, the commission, and the audience, one more time, and for the secretary, one more time, the motion that you made?
I would like to make a motion that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend to the town council to disapprove the supplementary request.
Use permit.
User permit.
Is that fair?
Second.
Mr. McCormick? Yes, for the property at
Yeah,
200,
for
for
the
the property at 250 Simmons.
For the helipad.
Okay, will that, Ms. Jones, will that work for you? Okay? And Mr. Berman? You're okay with that motion, meaning it's a positive Robert Rule of Order
It appears to me that the motion is to recommend to the council to deny the SUP application.
for the property at 250?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have a motion. I have a second. Please call the vote.
Ms. Mollinger? Aye. Mr. Weaver?
Aye.
Mr. McCormick?
Aye.
Ms. Gillum?
Aye.
Dr. Goodman?
Aye.
Mr. Melhoff?
Aye.
Ms. Morrow?
Aye.
Ladies and gentlemen, there being no further business before this town commission, this meeting is adjourned at 11:56.